Hello. Happy New Year. How you guys doing? My lights aren't on. Hang on. I'm gonna fix that. I got Chaco with me. Chaco, say hi. Chaco doesn't care. Happy New Year! Let's see. There we go. Lights. Fusroba. Lights. Fusroba. I assume that's Bob. Hey, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me get caught up on chat. I'll tell you all the exciting things. All the exciting things, and so many exciting things, let me just say. Alright, looks like Karma. Karma Jockey, the one and only. Redeem first. Well done, Karma. How are you today? Good to see you. Do you have any New Year's plans? And Sophie's here. Sophie, I just saw you. I just saw you in Arnie's stream. Good to see you. Good to see you. Ahoy. Oi. I don't know if that's meant to be oi, like today in Spanish, but that works out really well. Bear's here. Hey, Bear, how are you? Is it your lunch break? Are you actually not working today, probably, right? Because it's a holiday, I guess. Although I don't really, I mean, does anybody actually do anything on New Year's Day? Like, is that like a thing people do? I don't really know. I don't do anything on New Year's Day. My plans today are this, and then some cleaning, and then some Baldur's Gate 3 in my spare time, if I have the time. But yeah. You thought you had a shot at redeeming first? You gotta be quick. You gotta be quick around here. I feel like Karma has been on a mission to take the throne from Maddish Moose, who, by the way, is a co-reigning champion, if you will, for Mug Wars. Mug Wars have begun again. It is a new month. Brandel, Savage, and Maddish Moose won. They were completely tied down to the minute, if you can believe it, which is ridiculous to me. I'm thrilled that they, spend so much time hanging out on my stream. Obviously I appreciate them being here, but how funny to be, like, tied, like, absolutely tied. Unbelievable. And they chose together, the new mug emote, which you guys can check out. It's, you guys can see it. Let's see. Karma Jockey is here. I already read that. I saw that he was here already. Let's see. He said the tiniest bit of Twitch gaming reflexes left. Yeah. And you're using them for first, which is probably the best use of those reflexes. Can't think of anything else you might want to do, right? That's funny. I could show Zod his namesake because you got Superman 2 VHS. Nice. Chiloth is here. Hi! Hi! How are you? Good to see you. How's your holiday been? Welcome in, glad you're here. Maddish is showing off Maddish's well-earned emotes. What do you think of the Maddish? Are you happy with those, I hope? Happy New Year's. Thank you, Chiloth. Bob says on-call might have to go. Happy New Year. No worries, Bob. You do you. Glad you could be here for a bit. We're playing Arena today. It's our 4th episode of Arena. I pulled up a list of, basically steps for the main quest because, as we've discovered in Arena, the way you progress the main quest is you just ask NPCs over and over and over and over again for any sort of rumor about anything. And maybe, eventually, if you ask enough NPCs, they will point you to an NPC who will then send you on a quest to get them something, and then they'll tell you where the next where you go next for the main quest. It is silly. I am enjoying the dungeon crawling aspect of Arena. I'm not. I get that it was an older game. I wish the NPCs would just tell you. You could ask them a question, they'd have the answer for you. But that's alright. I could do with a little less randomness in the game, I guess. Lumberquack's here, Bing Bong. How are you, Lumberquack? Good to see you. Happy New Year. A New Year's Bing Bong to you. Happy New Year's indeed. Hey, Legacy of M. Good to see you again. Welcome in. How are you today? We're having a good day. Enjoy that breakfast burrito and those novelty socks. Those are good. Bear is not working today and is home. Good. I hope you have a nice, relaxing New Year's Day. Karma Jockey, no real plans, gonna make waffles. Waffles sound good. Waffles sound good. Sophie says never do anything on New Year's Day. The year starts on January 2nd. That's fair. because, you know, we were talking yesterday about, you know, about, like, resolutions and stuff, and one of my resolutions was, you know, to be better about sticking to my walking schedule, and I did not walk today because I was up until, like, way late watching Twitch, which I need to be better about. So, all of you late-night streamers, don't be surprised if I start to maybe dip out just a little bit earlier, because I really do need... So this time of year, the only time of day I can walk on my streaming days is before stream, so I have to get up and get outside while there's still daylight, because by the time stream ends, it's dark. So, and I'm not a morning person, so this is gonna be a struggle, you guys. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. How's everyone asked? Dubious Leftovers? Dubious Leftovers, hi, thanks for being here. Good to see you again. Happy New Year. Welcome to the year. Yeah. 2024. Isn't that wild? So this game that we're playing it came out in 1994. So I'm gonna do some really, really quick math. That's 30 years ago, right? It's outrageous. Good luck with it. I don't with anything. Thank you. I'm a little slow with chat, so I don't know what that was a response to, but I appreciate it. Nonetheless, I could always use the luck. Legacy of M says mine's been busy, but should be okay now. Good. Hope you have a nice, you know, a good, relaxing day. Busy can be good. Busy can also be bad. I don't know. I don't presume to know what it is for you, but yeah. Carmen says, understood. I need to learn how to start earlier. Yeah, you know, I will say there's a few streams that I participate in or lurk in, you know, in the, I don't know, like the 8 p.m. Eastern to the 10 p.m. Eastern time frame, where people are starting around the exact same time. And it's challenging for me because I want to be in all of those streams and I want to support those streamers. And I moderate in 2 streams that tend to be like overlapping, which is wild to me. And I, you know, if they could just coordinate, that'd be nice. All right. Let's get into Arena, guys. I got my coffee. I got a dog on my lap. I don't know where Cider went. She was just barking outside. She is on my mug, though. Kind of hard to see her. It's a little faded because it's been in the dishwasher about 500 times. But this is Cider. I don't know if you guys can see her beautiful little face. She's got a teddy bear in that photo. A teddy bear that Chaco has since destroyed. The maniac. But coffee is good. Okay. Okay. Let's get into Arena, guys. Carmen says, of course I just end up doing longer streams. If you start earlier, you mean? Yeah, you know what? I'm really trying to be... I mean, yesterday's stream was long, right? It ended up being close to 7 hours, which is too long. But I was having so much fun, and it was kind of a weird stream where we were doing community games and not necessarily working on on one of our story-based games, our RPGs. But I really enjoyed it, so it was a special game. I was fine, like a special stream, I was fine with that. But I think in general, it's not a bad idea to have like a fixed end time, because I think even your community appreciates knowing how long you plan to stream for, because people know when to expect you to be live, right? Like people know I start at noon, people know I try to end around 5. So that's my schedule, and I find that sticking to it generally helps me too, because I'm somebody who needs some sort of regularity in my life. You know, I think anybody who has depression and kind of, you know, feels like, you know, some sort of a schedule that you stick to is really helpful for that. So, yeah. Okay. Let's get Arena going. Figure out how the heck to do this. Oh, and I want to do a prediction, guys. We're gonna do a prediction today. And we'll do it early if we got enough people here to hang out and predict stuff, and totally optional, but it's gonna run the length of the stream, so I will need your help keeping count of things. I don't have a counter because I wasn't prepared, but it's how many times will Arena crash. That's what we're guessing. That's what we're looking for, because we did have a crash a couple times last time, which according to the internet is it's just how it is with Arena. So fingers crossed we will be in we'll have some better luck today. Ryder, what are you doing? Where'd you go? I just saw Cider. She's here doing something. Okay. Let's go to this scene instead. Look at my desktop, guys. Hi. I'm over here in the corner. Hi. Chaka, what do you want? Are you jealous? You want attention? I can't give you attention. I'm giving them attention. All right. Coffee. can't remember if we left my playlist going for this or if we went with the music in the game. So let's see what the game sounds like if I have the music on. I don't remember. You guys let me know what you prefer and we'll do that. Whichever you guys prefer is fine. I'm gonna add some new tracks to this playlist sometime this week too. That's something on my to-do list. Actually, I was thinking about doing kind of like a general kind of like fantasy ambiance sort of music. Maybe a little bit less percussion. I don't know. I don't know. I like a tambourine as much as the next person, but although I guess the tambourine's in the game here. For centuries, different factions battled in petty wars and border conflicts, yada yada yada. Jealous hearts desire the throne and plot the Emperor's downfall. Have we decided if it's Uriel or Uriel? Is it with a Y sound? Baby Kensington, good to see you. How are you today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. It is said that hope flies on death's wings. Prepare then, for as the Elder Scrolls foretold, it will... I don't know. Uriel. Thank you. I didn't play, I haven't played Oblivion yet. I would like to. I believe, Patrick Stewart is a Uriel Septim, right? Or is he a different Septim? I don't know. Bappy Boo Bear? Bear? Bappy Boo Bear? Boo Bear? Alright. He is Yuri? Alright. Let me get my prediction going, guys. Predict. Star prediction. Oops, sorry. By the way, anytime I click out of the game scene, it's gonna go back to my desktop for a second, so that is fine. I promise you the game didn't crash, which coincidentally is what this prediction is. How many times will the game crash today? None. It's optimistic. Let's do 1 to 2. 3 to 5. Let's do 3 to 4 and then 5 plus, because I can't imagine it'd be more than, I mean, not jinx myself, right? 5 or more. Give you guys a couple seconds here to get your votes in. I'm just gonna keep that. Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm gonna let the submission period go for a while for the prediction, because it unless it crashes in the first like 15 minutes of the game, which I guess is you know, whatever. I'm just gonna click start and we'll see what happens. I might regret it. Who knows? Sandman, hey, good to see you. Urinal? I don't think it's urinal. Urinal Septim? Maybe it's Urinal Septim. Who knows? Uh-oh. How do I make this? There we go. Guys, I have with me, of course, my print off to remind me how to play the game. Alright. Load saved game. Oh, look. This is me. Kindly waiteth, it says. Wait, are we in Johanna? Hang on. That's not right. This is the wrong save. Load game. I think I'm gonna mute my playlist. I think we decided that playlist should be muted for this. There we go. Fortress of Ice. That's where we are. Fortress of Ice. That's where we are. And it's a really fun place, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Choco, baby boy. Oh no. Got Choco and Cider both wanting to sit on my lap at this exact moment, and it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. My windows are all in the wrong place. Nothing is easy today. That's okay though. That's okay though. Now we're good. Now we're good to go. That's what his wife called him when she was mad. Urinal Septim, get your butt over here right now. Said, do the dishes. How many times do I have to ask you to take out the trash? And would you stop causing border conflicts? Alright. Okay, so we are in a very bouncy... We're in a bouncy house. What is happening? Why is the place shaking like this? Why is the place shaking? I don't know. Can I not... Okay. Alright. I don't think it's meant to do this. I don't think... Okay, so let me just remember. I gotta hold my right mouse button and swing my mouse around wildly in order to attack. And let's see. Is this my quest log? No, that's the map. Quest log. None of this is right. Let's go to the next page. I also hate the quest journal. It's not good. Wait, I can't go back a page? There's no choice to go back. It's just forward. Alright. The Mages Guild of Winterhold has marked the Fortress of Ice on your map of Skyrim. That's my entire quest. That's the entire quest. In reality, this one mage in the Winterhold Mages Guild sent us here to find a tablet, I believe, which will then complete the map of Labyrinthian, which is where we need to go in order to get the Staff of Chaos, or a piece of the Staff of Chaos, which collectively, all those pieces is what we need to, is basically the main quest line. You get all these pieces back together for the Staff of Chaos, and then, gosh, what's her name? Ghost Mariah Carey. Something... Relmain... I don't know. It's not Sia. That's not right. I don't know what her name is. The previous, one of the court wizards or something, court mages who was killed by Jagar Tharn, of the Tharns. The well-known Tharn family who are collectively awful, I guess. Rhea. Her name's Rhea. She sent us on this, and together we can use this to defeat the guy who has taken over the throne of Emperor and is pretending to be Uriel Septim. Sandman says, I played a lot of Oblivion, Skyrim, seen a fair amount of Morrowind, but I've never seen any of this game. It should be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit dated and challenging, and I can't seem to remember how to use... Why is that not working? Okay, this is fine. Okay. If I remember correctly, we got some wolves around the corner here. Jagar Tharn was the real Uriel Septim all along. I love it. Okay, so we are in the Fortress of Ice. There's some really... So I've really been enjoying some things about this game. The things that they've, like, completely taken out of other Elder Scrolls games, because they're just like, okay, that's a bit much, right? Like, the Lizard Men as a bad guy, right? The Lizard Men. Because they look like people in a dinosaur costume. And that's goofy to me. They're not Argonians. Argonians are different, just to be clear. These are Lizard Men. I'm going the wrong way. I think. I say that as though I know where I'm going. I do not. Oh, 1 second, please. One second. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Oh. There we go. So we are trying to... We started here. This is all we have of the map. I don't know where we're going. I think south, perhaps? I think south. But now that I'm looking at this map, I'm wondering if maybe this giant blank area is better. Let's try that way. We can. We got a brazier. Not to be confused with a brazier, by the way. I have a friend who makes that mistake a lot, and it's funny. It is funny. Mick Jagger Thorn. Murderize Mariah Carey. It's the only way he could stop that Christmas song. Yeah, yeah. Is anybody else, like, excited? Or maybe excited is the wrong word. Relieved that Christmas music is done in all the— Oh! I just realized! I went the entire season without hearing— Oh, no. Without hearing Wham's Last Christmas, so I survived the Whamageddon. Okay. Okay. I don't remember how to heal myself, which is a problem. Do I have an inventory? I do. I click on myself? Oh boy. Oh boy. Sophie says, don't worry, Mariah will be back in late September. Do you guys see that there was like this whole, I don't know, hubbub, or what's a better phrase for that, where people were suing Mariah Carey for the Christmas music and stuff, saying it was copyright infringement of some sort? I think she won. I think she won all of those lawsuits. Because I think there were multiple. I don't really pay attention to, like, celebrity news. But as somebody who's generally interested in the law, I find I do read stuff like that sometimes. If there's like the crossover into legal stuff, I get interested a little bit. Do I have healing stuff? Okay, so I have a mark of healing, which we could use perhaps, but we can't use it from here. Or maybe I can. I don't know. I don't know what clicking this does. This is Juniper. She's beautiful. And I love her. And I aspire to be her one day when I grow up. I think G is used for some reason. Potion of healing. By the way, anybody who's watching this and is confused why I'm trying to heal, green is health. Green is health, not red. Red is stamina. So that's confusing. But that's the dealio. We'll do potion of healing. Whatever. Great. See? There we go. Green went up. Alright. Let's continue. Let me get ready again to attack. Get ready to attack. So, oh, you know what? I think I had accidentally taken a mark of, or a potion of levitation or something. That's why I was bouncing all over the place earlier in this. Okay, we can do this, guys. We can fight these wolves that somehow shoot they shoot like snowballs at you. But they're bad, they're painful. They're hard to see, and the render distance is awful in this game, and I hate it. Oh right, I forgot the wolf noises! I forgot about the wolf noises! Ooh. Oh no, there's more! Oh no, there's more in the distance and I can't see it. I can hear their terrifying howls. Their terrifying howls. Sandman says, I'm always happy when the holiday season's over. I like the spirit of the season, but the reality of the season and all that comes with it is taxing. Yeah, that's true. That's true, because, I mean, I feel like Christmas and the holidays in general are supposed to be like this time of togetherness and charity and, you know, happiness and just joy in general. Oh god, it's getting louder. It's getting louder! Oh no. But really, it's expensive, right? And it's also, you know, you spend a lot of time perhaps for social situations that are perhaps challenging for people, right? Let's go this way. I see light. Oh, but there was a door over here. What was this door? Did we go in here before? It's just a room. There's a room with another door. It's a room within a room. It's like a closet. Okay, what is this place? What's the point of this place? Where it's just like, ah, run away, run away, run away, run away! What the heck is this thing? What is this? What was that? They killed me.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal house. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead, perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your failure has meaning to you.
Thanks, Nick Cage. Yeah, so I need to, one, save more. Save constantly in this game, I've discovered. Two, I need to remember that there are enemies here, and because they scare me. Because we're having just like a really chill conversation, right? Just attacking yodeling wolves. And yeah. Kind of wish the ice wolves in Skyrim spit snowballs. That would be wild. Yeah. What was I saying though? Yeah, but I agree. I agree with you, Sandman, about how it's, you know, the idea of the holiday seasons is often overshadowed by the reality of the holiday season, which is a shame. Which is a shame, because the idea of the holidays is very nice. Oh no, we're bouncing again. We're back to bouncing and levitating. Okay, I'm gonna ignore the bouncing and levitating and just go forward and see if I can kill those wolves, and then I'm gonna save. Get ready for some wonderful yodeling, howling, whatever it is. Haha! On guard. Do I go back in the room with the creepy thing? Save here. We're gonna spam save today. Save as often as I can, basically, after every enemy, and I don't think I'm going in there. What's the point? What's the point? I don't even know why I would go that way in the first place. I don't have directions, there are no quest markers. This is just sort of like a free-for-all discovery. What's behind door number, 1, 2, or 3? He's back to his first taunt? Mr. Tharn? Yeah, perhaps. Okay, I'd really like the bouncy house to stop now. Have I been in here? What is this thing on the ground? What is this? I don't know. Stop bouncing. Oh my god. Who decided to add this levitating garbage to this game? This is really painful and I hate it. We're gonna go this way. I'm just gonna try not to fall into these pits that are here for some reason. I'm sure it makes the whole fortress structurally sound. This is a fortress. What is that? Oh no, it's coming for me. It's coming for me. It's coming for me. I don't know what it is, but I hate it. What are you? Can I hit it with a... Oh, you know what? I think I have a bow. Let's switch to ranged. Switch to ranged damage. Longbow. Alright. Let's attack whatever that is. From a safe distance. I see an ice golem. Great. Hi, ice golem. Please stop being so scary. How many arrows to take down an ice golem? I'm just gonna spam this until... Die! Creepy thing. I don't know if this is working. I don't know if he's taking any damage. I don't have a health. He doesn't have a health bar. All I know is he's not attacking me. How long do we do this for? Ah! Please don't chase me. I think he's immune to this. He doesn't seem to be taking any damage at all, but we know he's an ice golem now. And since I'm over here, I could take a mark of... I'll do a mark of healing. A little bit of health. Okay. And I'm gonna switch to my other weapon. And then I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna be real freaking brave, man. I'm just gonna run up and hit him. We're using the elven longsword and a shield. Okay. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Maybe I'll do a save. That's how brave I'm being. Guys, I'm gonna be so brave, I'm gonna save the game before doing this. Alright. Couple practice swings. Alright, come at me, ice golem. But really don't. But really stay there. What is he, like, hitting me with magic? I don't think he's taking any damage at all. Do you think that's supposed to signify something? Like the... Ah! Did I kill it? I killed it and immediately fell down to a pit, and then got some and then gained a level. Okay, so where should we put our points? Strength, maybe? I think we said endurance was good because every 5 points it gets you more health or something, right? Maybe we'll bring my intelligence up a little. I think we were avoiding that for a bit. I can't remember why. I don't remember what willpower does. I remember to avoid these, which are like personality. PER is personality. And luck. Or Luke, perhaps. Perhaps it's Luke. Strength, intelligence. This is willpower. Not VIF or something. Agility, speed, endurance, personality, and luck. Karma Jockey says he was throwing confetti at you to celebrate the new year. That must have been it. That must have been it. It was weird, right? I was like, what are these? I thought perhaps he was like having, you know, when, you know, you see blacksmiths or whatever in all the games and they're like sharpening their blades and you got sparks flying or whatever as the grindstone is spinning. I was thinking that maybe it was like, you know, as you're hitting the guy with the sword, his body is rock or something because he's a golem. And it is like sparking as you're hitting. I think that's what I thought it was doing, and I thought it was taking no damage at all. So I was surprised when he died, and then I toppled forward into a pit which really shouldn't surprise me at this point because that's sort of like all I do in this game is fall into pits. Oh, I have to distribute my points. Okay, hang on. Magic defense. Magic defense sounds helpful, so let's do a little bit of that. Some agility would be good because I think this improves our ability to avoid attacks. So let's do that. Okay, so now to get back out of the pit, I just kind of do that motion, which is just sort of like you throw your body against the wall, and then, you know, with your force against the wall, you kind of shimmy your way up it, kind of like that is how I'm imagining it works, right? Just kind of... Oop, there you go. Alright. Let's see if this guy has any loot. Is this it? Is he a puddle of water? I mean, seriously, we kill that guy and we get... He's a puddle of water. That is lame. Super lame. A lot of... I hope we don't have too many of those to deal with. Sandman says, oh, this isn't Pitfall? It is not. It's just like it, though, isn't it? I've never actually played that game. I've seen a little bit of it, but I haven't played it. Fortress of Ice. That's this. Okay. Let's continue in this sort of westerly direction and see what jumps out from behind this door. Although, to be fair, we didn't open this door before. The ice golem did. It just helped itself. Just open the door. Why are there so many? Oh, no. Please don't. I want to see if I can just keep working my way backwards. And hitting it with as attacks as I can. Oh no, I'm super dead.
You were a fool to confront me.
Is this...
And now have paid the ultimate price.
Is this, like, too high leveled for me? The thing is I don't know what we are meant to be doing in the meantime in order to get levels. I mean, we could do a bunch of fetch quests, because there are 3 types, to my understanding, there are 3 types of quests in this game, right? There's the main quest, which is what we're doing. There are Daedric artifact quests, which are few and far between and really hard to get a rumor for, I think. And then there are side quests, which are also known as random quests, which are all like, escort person there, deliver this letter for me, pick this up for me, you know, and those are also all, as the name implies, random. And I don't know if you get enough experience from that to make it worthwhile. Hi, Cider. You want to settle down, please? Thank you. I just realized at some point since the beginning of the stream today, Chaco got off of my lap and Cider got onto my lap, and I have no recollection of that happening. Yeah. I think my life is basically like a lot of like rotating dogs, you know, picking up one dog, putting down the other, and I don't even realize I do it anymore. That's how you try to climb. You just throw yourself against a solid rock wall and just hope that by sheer force pressing yourself forward, it will also press up. That's pretty, if you can get it to work, good for you. Good for you. All right. Load game. Fortress of Ice. Okay, so we killed one golem. We got another golem on its way. Doing something. I wish I knew where I was going so that I could, you know, at least know that I was making progress. Let's try this way instead. You've had that happen with your cats? With the rotating thing or the climbing thing? Okay, there's treasure in here. I think that's treasure. Oh, heck yeah. Give me that treasure. I don't think I want the iron. Iron. Bag. Bracelet. Take all the plate stuff. Hopefully I don't get over encumbered at some point. I'm appreciating the loot though. I do like loot. Exactly hasn't worked yet, but you're hopeful? Okay, well I wish you very good luck throwing yourself repeatedly at cliff faces. And learning to levitate. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna keep... Maybe I could just keep moving. Maybe if I just keep moving, I can avoid golems. Okay, this room is green for some reason. Why is... Okay, is there grass in here? Is this meant to be something? Nope, that's a wolf. Okay, hang on, come here. Nope, I died.
You were a fool to confront me, and now
Suddenly realizing a different cat is on my lap than you thought. Yeah, it's just weird, right? Makes me... Makes me wonder with my dogs if I'm just... I don't know, like... Almost if I'm not like paying, like giving up attention to them, where there's such like a secondary, you know, secondary thought to anything I'm doing that things are happening, and then I feel a little bad about it. I don't know. I don't know. I have a friend who theorizes that dogs and I suppose cats as well, they just teleport. Maybe they're just messing with me. Do you guys remember me picking up cider? I don't. I don't. Not at all. Okay, we're gonna go this way. And click right through. I think through here was where we found the ice wolf. We're gonna go the other direction. I'm gonna fall into some water, and I probably freeze to death because, as we know, this is the Fortress of Ice. This has to be cold water, right? Doesn't seem to be affecting me. Maybe I could just stay in the water. Do you think wolves can swim? How about ice golems? Like an ice golem would float, right? I feel like that's the thing. Sandman says, maybe the arrows did- Oh, boy. Okay, so...
you were a fool.
That didn't work. Let's see. Sandman says, maybe the arrows did do damage, so perhaps that's the strat. Lure them to a pit so they can't get you, do the arrows, then go in for a kill. That's an idea. We can give it a shot. Definitely open to giving it a shot. I do want to kind of look real fast, though. I want to figure out where the heck we're meant to go. And I don't know if that's cheating. I guess I feel like that's cheating. I just want to be done with... Not done with this. I just want to actually make progress, you know? Like, feel like I'm going in the right direction. I really wish there were quest markers. Because yes, you could explore this entire place, but it just seems needlessly difficult or tedious or I don't know what word I'm looking for. Let's see. Fortress of Ice map. All right. All right, here we go. Fortress of Ice. We can refer to this. So we started... zoom a bit. We started here, right? I think green is the entrance. Is there a key? There's 2 levels. There's a key. Okay, the tablet is this lime green thing. On the 2nd level, so there's 2 levels here. Awesome. How to get upstairs? Floor, raised wall, underground passage, pit, door, entrance, descend. So where's the dark blue on this map for descend? Is there ascend? Ascend with an A? Marco, how are you? Welcome in. We're playing Arena today, which is the first ever Elder Scrolls game. I'm not sure if you play those, but it's challenging. It's challenging in its own unique way. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year. Okay. This says descend there. Maybe it's downstairs. Maybe that's it. It's downstairs. Okay. So if I went all the way, where the heck am I? Entered here and went to here and then went, I think, this way? Maybe? No, I think I went all the way here. Here's the room with the pits. Okay, so we are, like, in this area, which is nowhere near where we need to be. You see what I mean? Because we would explore, like, all of this area blindly and die 100,000 times when we just needed to be there, like that close to the entrance. So let's see if we can figure out how to get there from here. If I get in the water and swim upwards, north, and climb out in this area, swim all the way north. Guys, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna swim all the way to the top of the map. That's the plan. Don't play Elder Scrolls. It's, I enjoy the Elder Scrolls series, the games of it I've played, which are, you know, Skyrim, of course, Elder Scrolls Online, some of Morrowind. I want to play more of it, which is why we're playing this. We're starting, this is the very, very first one. It came out in 1994, so 30 years ago. Alright, load save game. We are in the Fortress of Ice. Okay. Here we go. So, jump in the water. Jump in the water. Jump in the water and avoid the wolves. It's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to kill the wolves. That sound you... Okay, yeah. So I died. I died. Alright, we'll skip... We're gonna go back and we're gonna confront the wolves. I'm gonna take a health potion before entering that room with the wolves, that passageway. Take a health potion here. I hope I have one. I have a mark of healing. Okay, that's better than nothing. Do I have anything else I can use here? Maybe I'll get my, let me get my, my bow out so I can attack the wolves from a distance as I approach them, perhaps? There we go. Ready to go. Ready to go. Arrow lead the way. Alright. Where are you, wolf? Should I see a wolf somewhere around here? Here, there it is. I see a snow wolf. Oh no, I was pressing the wrong button to shoot. Okay, hang on. Can wolves use doors? Can I see? Mark of healing, please. Another mark of healing. Just heal me. My mark is broken. Well, bummer. Alright. Right click, guys. Left click opens doors, right click attacks. Where are you at, wolf? I think I hit it a couple times at least. The invisible wolf. Can't quite get my position exactly how I want. Is there another wolf? Of course there is, right behind it. I love the sound of, like, swords hitting armor when you're shooting arrows at a wolf. You kind of would expect a completely different noise there, but that's fine. Okay, we decided we have to go entirely north here. Let's see if I can jump this. What the heck is that? I don't care. I care a little bit. I'm gonna save here, because we've learned you have to save every 3 feet in this game. Alright. Do we think there's another wolf around here? Probably. I don't hear their sounds. I do feel like I have an unlimited supply of arrows, though, and that makes me quite happy. You played a game like that? Oh no, I hear the wolf. That's the sound of a wolf. Which I shouldn't have to explain, because it's obviously it just sounds exactly how wolves sound, right? Just shot just in case. You played a game like this once? Which, what game was it? Uh-oh, what is that? What is that? Is he on the other side of the wall? I think he's on the other side of the wall and we can just see through it somehow. I don't know if that's good or not. Just slide right here. Sliding right. Sliding right. Oh boy, guys, he's sandwiched between the door and the wall. Okay, bye. Ah! That was scary. It was called Devil's Island. It was a nice game. You're in the credits of it? What are you in the credits of it for? That's cool. Devil's Island. I have not heard of that. Stay back, fool. Uh-oh, 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 there's more of them! It's a whole bunch of guys with armor suddenly. I am shooting at them, sort of. Although, am I out of arrows now? I died.
You were a fool to confront me, and now...
Scared me into the journal? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I was like, oh, here I am. Fortress of Ice. Alright. Let me double check where we're going here. Excuse me. Okay, so we are up here. We go down this hallway. What are these dots? Are these bad guys? Yellow and orange? Yellow is treasure and orange is a treasure chest. Ooh, now I kind of want that treasure. Okay, but I can't. So I just go down to the end of the hallway. I think this is where we died, so we were quite close. We have to make our way to the end of the hallway, go left, follow the hallway to the end. There's a door, go through the door, immediately right, and then south. Okay, we can do this, guys. You're one of the testers? That's pretty cool. I've never been a tester or tested a game. Alright. Fortress of Ice. Let's go. I wonder if I should get my shield and sword out for this, because I feel like that might be more effective versus those knights. Kite shield. Whoever they are. Because I don't know who they are. I don't know what their story is. Okay. Alright. Get my... Alright. It was recommended to me that you swing by making a circular motion. That way you get all variants of the, I'm just gonna book it. All variants of the slashing motions. Go left, follow this to the end, go left, and then at the end of here we go right. We go through here, I ignore everything and go this way. Ah! Okay. That was okay.
You were a fool to
We were so close to the stairs. Start new game, let's not do that. Fortress of Ice, here we go. Would you recommend that game? Devil's Island? And you said it was a nice game. What's the premise? It's like a dungeon crawling sort of thing? Here we go. Around the corner. We're booking it. We are booking it. Adios, knights. Although I want the treasure. I want the treasure. Do we go back for the treasure? No. If we focus, We focus, we ignore treasure, we ignore the creaking doors. All the creaking doors, everybody who's coming for us. Okay, let me just wait here for a second. Because if somebody's coming for me from this direction, I don't want to get sandwiched between it and whatever's behind the door. Yak 3D, hello. Happy New Year, how are you today? Welcome in. Morning, hope everyone had a good holiday. Yeah, good morning to you. Did have a good holiday. I had a nice day yesterday. The community games were a lot of fun. And then I stayed up. I don't know, did you guys all stay up to midnight? I made it to midnight. I had a cocktail. I played some Baldur's Gate 3. I hung out in Twitch watching some streams. Although I wish I had slept later today. I don't know what this potion is. We're gonna take it. Oh no. I regret that. We are bouncing today. We are bouncing. I don't know what potion we just drank, but it's the potion of bouncing. The bouncing potion. Hey Aldo, how are you? Good to see you. Check out your new Aldo is modeling, if you will, the new mug emote we have. The co-winners of Mug Wars for December. Maddish and Brandel selected that mug jointly to use for the month of January. As you guys know, if you do !Mug Wars, you'll see that as you... Oh, I wonder if I updated Mug Wars. Should fix that. Sorry, my head's all over the place. You get to... The person with the greatest number of mug points at the end of the month gets to choose the mug emote for the following month. Yeah. Okay, cool. I was worried that had December and January in the response, and I was like, I can't remember what the text says. So yeah, so if you do standings, you'll see where we're at. !Mug points, you can see your own. Yeah, it is a cool mug. I'm happy with it. They made a good choice. They made a good choice. Hippo New Bear. Hippo New Bear. Okay. I do love donuts. That's one of my resolutions this year, by the way, is to learn how to make a good yeasted donut. Part of the problem is that I'm vegan, and so a lot of the yeasted donut recipes call for eggs and also milk. And I found I was doing some research today about vegan recipes for yeasted donuts, and there are a few of them. A lot of them are cake donuts instead, which I hate. So I'm really excited to try some of the recipes I tried. One of them had quite a lot of technical explanation about why, this ingredient choice works, which I like. It explains the science behind the recipe, which is pretty cool. So I'm excited for that. I'm gonna make some donuts this year. I'm gonna learn how to be an expert donut maker. I think a potion of bouncing is more like a poison, perhaps. All right, let's see what's in this room. Because we had them jump out of nowhere and attack us. Well, I guess they were both just in this corner, right? Like through this door. Anybody over this way? Nobody's coming from this direction, right? Okay. Here we go, here we go. No! Dang it! Why don't two of them die? Dang it.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal husk. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once...
Jack3D says, heck yeah, I want to make donuts, but I'm anxious to heat up that much oil. Yeah, I hear ya. That's actually something that's been the deterrent for us getting a deep fryer, a deep fat fryer here. We might get an air fryer, perhaps. But I might just suck it up and get a deep fryer, because we do use a lot of recipes that we do fry a lot. And I think the food quality would be, I think it'd be more enjoyable if it were actually fried instead of baked. We do a lot of baking in lieu of frying. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not personally like avoiding oils. I think you could choose heart-healthy oils that are a little bit better than some. Granted, don't ask me to start telling you what all those are. I'd probably do some research before actually getting a deep fat fryer and make a decent decision there, I hope. We'll see. We'll see. Although yeast donuts, do you just bake those? You fry them. You fry yeast donuts, which is it's not the only difference. The difference, a yeasted donut has yeast in it, so it's kind of like the bread, kind of like a brioche sort of texture, where it actually rises like bread would. You use yeast instead, so it activates and, enjoys eating some sugar and releasing some carbon dioxide, and it gets puffy, and then you fry the heck out of it. I like jelly donuts. Those are my favorite. I don't like cake donuts, which are just cake that have been shaped into a circle and baked. Or sometimes fried, but usually baked, and they're not fun. I don't like them a lot at all. Dexy says, OMG, is this Skyrim? I mean, Arena? It's Arena, yeah. It's a fun game. You can tell, because I'm sitting in the pause screen. I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it, though. We are speedrunning Arena. Yeah, you can tell that as well as we're sitting here in the pause screen. Definitely am more afraid of starting a fire. I'm really accident prone as it is. I literally have I don't know if you guys can see this. Oh, it's fading now, but I burnt myself over the holiday even. This is like the corner of a sheet pan. I'm sort of just accident prone. Cake donuts, what you were thinking of? I don't like them. I mean, no shade to people who do, except for Nazgul Wraith if she joins in, who's a friend of mine. I guess really enjoys cake donuts, and now we're at war. But I mean, you like what you like, right? I'm not gonna say that your tastes are wrong, because that's not the thing, right? Like, you like what you like. I greatly prefer yeasted donuts though. Like, I will not order. If I get a cake donut, I will not eat it. I don't care if I paid for it. I'll just be like, this is garbage. I'm not interested in this. All right, got Cider over there, and I remember putting her over there. And she immediately jumped off. She immediately jumped off the little platform and says, pick me the heck back up, even though she didn't want to be on my lap. Why do my dogs do this, guys? Why do they do this? Hi, you want to sit with me? You want to sit with me? I thought you didn't want to sit with me because you literally just tried to jump off of me. Fine, I'll pick you up again. Peanut oil is a great oil. I do like peanut oil. And nobody in my house is allergic to peanuts, so that would be fine. I have a sister who's allergic to peanuts, so I have to be aware of that if she comes by, but she's a teenager. She can't get over here. Psh. Okay. Cake donuts is what you were thinking of? Yeah. Very fast gameplay. I can't tell what's going on. Okay, so I'll tell you what's going on. We are trying to collect pieces of the Staff of Chaos. Together, the Staff of Chaos will allow us to defeat, I assume, Jagar Tharn, who is posing as Emperor Uriel Septim VII, who has been sent to, I don't know, a plane of oblivion or something, right? And a deceased battle mage, I think, has been sending us directions via dreams with what to do. So we collect the pieces of the Staff of Chaos, cobble them back together, I imagine with scotch tape or something, and then we use that to make Jagar Tharn go away and restore the true Emperor to his, to the Ruby Throne. The problem is that in order to get the pieces of the Staff of Chaos, you have to do sort of like fetch quest for NPCs. And in order to get the fetch quest, you have to ask NPCs if they've heard any rumors. And it's randomized. So eventually you get sent somewhere. And so we are currently in the Fortress of Ice trying to retrieve a tablet that we can give to the head of the Mages Guild in Winterhold, who will then be able to use the tablet to give us a map of Labyrinthian that has a piece of the Staff of Chaos. The other problem is that they don't have quest markers. So when you get to these maps, these huge dungeons, you don't know where you're going, which is why which is why I have pulled up an actual map to tell me where the heck to go. So we are just trying to make our way to this door. I keep dying right in this spot, right here. This is where I'm dying, if you can see my cursor moving. So we're close. When we get to this is a staircase, I guess, which will take us here. And then once we're on this level, we're going to have to navigate our way over to here somehow. And then back again. So that's what we're trying to do today. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'm hopeful. But I'm also not going to lie. I'm struggling a little bit because I haven't played this game in like a week and a half. And it's not... it's just not a gameplay style that I'm very used to or especially skilled in. So, and that's just something I'm working through. So, but I'm having fun. I am enjoying it despite all of that. I don't want you to think I'm not enjoying it because I really am. I'm just like, oh man, I'm dying a lot. So, let's see. Popcorn oil is best? Popcorn oil? It's not a bad idea. Popcorn oil is just soy. Karma jockey, because dogs, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You pulled a Velma again? What is a Velma, Karma? I'm sorry, you lose your glasses? Hey, Stutter G, how are you? Good evening. Nice to see you. Maybe you know what the heck's going on. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Dexy, you're tempted to play this? You should, it's free. It's free, it's just janky. You can get some mods to kind of improve it a little bit. I have got a few. You lost your glasses. Okay, I guessed it right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to I'm pleased with myself for guessing it correctly. That's why I'm smiling. I'm not smiling for you who has lost your glasses, because that is no bueno, and I'm sorry. Good luck. Don't step on them. Games back then weren't very forgiving. Yeah, and that's fine. No mods, only raw gameplay here. You say that, but listen, wait till you pull up the game and realize that all of the controls are ridiculous. All of the controls are ridiculous, and you can't use WASD in order to control your person. You have to use the literal arrow keys. So then you remap it, and you get like, print off the key binding so you can remember what the heck you're doing. It's fine. All right, back to the game. Back to the game, guys. We're gonna do it this time. Where do I get the game? I think you can get on the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages or through Steam. I just got it through Steam. You play on PC, right? Yeah, surely you do. Because I feel like speedrunners, Skyrim speedrunners, you have to be PC, right? Yeah. Alright. Alright, here we go. You're not exclusively speedrunning, are you, Dexy? Weren't you playing, you were playing Skyrim just like a normal playthrough, weren't you? Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's get the longsword out. Okay. Few practice swings. By the way, Dexy, to swing your sword, you hold right mouse button, and you literally swing your mouse wildly about the screen. You can swing, I think it says a diagonal slash is -5% to hit, but +2 damage. A horizontal cut is no modifiers. I don't know what that noise is. So if I were to go like, you know, I don't know how much like just a jab would be. But, you know. You want to be a variety streamer? So, then be one. Then be one. In theory, I'm a variety streamer, right? Because I play a variety of games. I don't just stream Skyrim, but for the most part, I'm streaming like RPGs in general. Oh! Alright, here we go. Come at me, Tin Man. Aha! Easy. Alright. Do they have any gear? God, I hope they have a health potion. I don't think they have health potions, do they? Whoa, he had a lot of stuff. I don't think I want any of this, though, but maybe... Oh, thank you. That's a great idea. Thank you, Karma. Do I take the kite shield? I wonder if I need to... Maybe I'll take all of this stuff. Become over-encumbered. I can't pick it up. Okay. My thought was... Let me save. Before I do something stupid. My thought was... I should check my gear to see if any of it's worn. And then... Okay, I'm gonna put the pants back on. I right click. Okay, condition new. Okay. New. Okay, all my stuff seems good. Kite shield. Okay, so we're doing fine. I don't need to be picking up all this extra stuff. I'm just gonna go with it. Leave the stuff on the ground. Although let me search the other guy, because I was looking for a health potion. I don't know if they have health potions, if they drop them or what. Okay, so this way is the path down. Okay. So now, I'll take another random potion, see what it does for me. We're back to bouncing. We're back to bouncing, and we hear a wolf. There's a wolf. It's a scary noise. It's made scarier by the bouncing. Ha! Did this wolf kill that wolf? I didn't kill that wolf. The wolves are cannibalizing each other. What is this stuff? Can I search this stuff? I don't know what this stuff is. Alright, let's not lose focus. Don't lose focus. Where the heck? Okay, hang on. I said don't lose focus, but now I'm confused. I'm actually going south. I thought I was going... Oh, it turns you this way. That's weird. You approach the stairs from the north, and it spits you out north again. Maybe it must be a spiral stair. Potion of Wolf Attraction. That would probably smell kind of musky, right? Not a big fan of musk. People or fragrances. Alright, let's go this way. There's my hot take for the day. We gotta go north. We gotta get heading north somehow. Came from this direction. This is wrong. But the wolves are out there, guys, and they're gonna get me. So we're just gonna blindly panic our way through this until we find any sort of door. And then we'll check the map again and see where we are. And I think I just died somehow. Something got me there. Something got me. It was probably a wolf. Probably a wolf. That's alright, because we just saved. Okay, so once we get downstairs, we go north and make an immediate U-turn. And pass a door to the left, and then when we reach a kind of a cross intersection, we go right. Okay. This is too confusing to remember, so I'm gonna have to refer to this a few times. Okay, here we go. Okay. This is fine. Hey, Jordan, how are you? Welcome in. Good to see you again. I wish I had more potions here. Potions that had nothing to do with, randomly levitating. Oh, I can sleep! I keep forgetting I can sleep! Oh my god, I forgot about sleeping! Gotta sleep to restore our health. I can't camp enemies in it. We're going back upstairs, guys. We're gonna go back upstairs and we're gonna take a nap in this little room here. Here's a corner. We found a corner to sleep in. I hear wolves. Come on. I feel like the wolves are getting louder. Forget to sleep? Ah! Okay, well, we found the wolves. Forget the wolves. I think when we load the game, there's silence, which I think means we can sleep, so let's just back our butts up to a wall here. Nope, can't camp, enemies are nearby. Alright. We need to find a place to camp. Because my health is not great. And in the last dungeon we were in, there were like all of these like raised platforms you can like climb up on and sleep in there, which was safer, as far as I understand it. Hey, Boo Boo Bay, welcome in. Happy New Year. But in this game, or in this dungeon rather, I haven't seen anything like that. There are plenty of pits, but no raised platforms. Guess who got the game? Did you just pick it up? I imagine you did. But what are you doing for New Year's today? Yeah, I ran out of coffee, which is fine. You also can sleep undisturbed in pits. In pits you can? Oh, heck yeah. Into the pit we go. That's the quickest I've ever thrown myself into a pit in this game. Nope, I can't. Enemies are nearby. Well, dagnabbit. I guess maybe I can have to kill the wolf that's in here. Let's try to kill the wolf that's in here. Let's fall into a pit, and then try to kill the wolf that's in here. I know there's one over here. We just gotta find it. There's 2 of them, and there's 3 of them. Just chilling for New Year? Nice. Love that for you. I love that for you. Alright. I'm gonna try to sleep. Fortress of Ice. Here we go. There's nobody here. Why can't I just sleep? Let's try downstairs. How about here? Oh! They come. Well, that was easy. Too dark to sleep. Do we need, like, a nightlight? We need a nightlight, and we need somebody to check under the bed. The monsters. Alright. We're progressing forward. Possibly to our detriment. That was fine. We're doing okay. What is that glowing light? It's nothing. Where am I? I don't know. Can I sleep here, perhaps? Haha! Okay, we got a little bit of health back. I'm gonna save here. Fortress of Ice. Don't forget to check the closet for monsters. Okay. I checked the closet for you guys. Cider, baby girl, my leg's asleep. Ugh, is right. Ugh. Okay. Let me figure out where I'm going. I don't know what that noise is. I don't like it in particular. It's not a great noise. Did I go the complete wrong way? Oh no, because I gotta go back out here. I'm the little yellow, you know, arrow, I guess. I go this way, and then down this way, and right here I go this way. That's the plan. Let's see. Jordan says you should get the sound patch from Nexus Mods and the WASD remap and set cycles to 50,000 in your DOS box config, set the resolution to your monitor resolution. Yeah, there's all these things you should do. All those things. By the way, Jordan, I set the cycles to my DOS box. I had set it to max originally. I changed it to 50,000 at your suggestion. I didn't notice any sort of difference at all, performance-wise, and my game crashed last time. So I set it back to max, which I imagine is more than 50,000. I don't know. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. I don't know if it's just the game crashing being janky. I don't really mind the game crashing, but I did try it at your recommendation, so. Dexy said I must play the game first raw, then you do small changes. Dexy, you're gonna regret that. I think that's admirable. This game is not, at this stage, meant to be played raw. You will load it up and not be able to read it because the font is so bad. But I wish you luck. You do you. Okay. Okay. Side of my legs asleep. Okay. Go this way now. The heck is that noise? I don't know. I'm jumping into this pit. I'm gonna go this way for a second. I'm gonna consult the map. Okay. Okay, so I am here, and I need to get up here. Hang on, let me look at this for a second here. Those wolves are fun, aren't they? I go this way, then north. So jump back out of the pit and go north. No, but this just leads to dead ends. Hey, I gotta work backwards. South. Sort of have to take the... No, do I have to take the pits? I know the wolf noises are ridiculous, aren't they? Oh. Alright. Quiet down, wolf. Going this way, and then we're going north. Is this right? I don't know. I've already forgotten. That's pretty bad, isn't it? Just know I generally have to make my way northwest. Okay, we're in a room with stuff. Is there something there? Did I get killed? Something got me.
Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal hut. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead, perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your failure has meaning to you.
That's kind of messed up, right? Oh well. Okay, where am I? Just slept. I woke up. Okay, we go down this way. Let's see. Ridgevidian's, Ridgevidon? God, I know I said that wrong. I'm so sorry. I said, I hope you know that the armor system in this game is broken, does not work. The will is also broken and does not protect against magic. Is willpower, you mean, doesn't work? Doesn't protect against magic? That's good to know. I didn't know that. What do you mean by the armor system, though? I would like to know more about that. This is my first time playing it, so I'm definitely still trying to figure out how the mechanics work. Welcome in, by the way. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Let's see. Catching up on chat here. Jordan says, don't have a lot of experience with Macs. I think they're equivalent no matter what speed you go. You can still crash because the code is the same. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're actually running a prediction right now for how many times the game will crash today. We're just going to roll with it. If it crashes, it crashes. We'll just, I'm spam saving a bit, so I'm saving every, like, 3 feet, so it's fine. You play it through vanilla, it's more than fine. Okay, if you say so. If the game runs too fast, look up the shortcut key to reduce cycles. Sounds like a car with bad brakes. I like the wolf noise. It's ridiculous. It makes me laugh. Okay, here we go, guys. Something is gonna try to kill me here in a second. Ooh. I don't know what creature makes that noise. That sounds like me in the morning. Coffee. I'm gonna go west. I'm gonna jump this. Oh yeah, I'm so good. Okay, we got a wolf somewhere in our proximity making really cool wolf noises. Let's try this way. There it is, I found it. Gotcha. Ah! Got you. There's another one. Okay. A naked character takes the same amount of damage as an ebony knight. Chance of dodging does not increase either. Okay, so if you were then to recommend how to gear up your character and where to put your skill points, what would you suggest? With knowing those, you know, those things are broken. Because I've been, I'll show you what I have, if I can click on things. Continue. What does this do? No, that's not it. Obviously still learning all the buttons and stuff. These are my stats. And here I am looking super fly. Obviously. Hey guys, my stepmom says Happy New Year. She says Happy New Year. Happy New Year right back. Oh boy. Oh boy, I opened the message and my phone started shaking and fireworks started going off on my phone. That is wild. Never had that before. Happy New Year to his stepmom, yeah! Okay. Let me know if you need to see that again. Sorry, I don't mean to move out of it. I just want to make sure I'm still progressing the game a bit. Uh-oh, can't camp. Enemies are nearby. Obviously, it's the wolves. Sneaky wolves. We're going this way? We're gonna go this way now, because I'm trying to go northwest generally, if I can. Found a dead end. Maybe this is Labyrinthian. Ahaha, because it's a map. It's a maze. What is this thing? Meant to be here in the center of the room. I don't know. Alright, where the heck am I? Now I'm here. Let me look at the map again. This is certainly wrong. Also, I can't quite tell how I got here. I guess this way. I have to make my way all the way back to here and go north, perhaps? I should really figure out the path. Okay, so I'm here-ish, somewhere in this area. And to get to here, I could take the path, this sort of pit tunnel. But this just spits you out nowhere, so no, I can't take that. So I have to go to here. This is the goal. Can't go this way. I have to go this way. So basically we're working our way all the way over this. So instead of going northwest, I need to be going southwest. That is good to know. But where does it connect? Here's a connection here, perhaps. Okay, so if I can get to this tunnel, that's probably the fastest. Let me see if I can figure out where I am now. Is that Russian? I'm sorry, I don't speak that. Oh, trust me, it doesn't work. You can test it yourself. Only a spell that gives you a magic shield will help you. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go... Let me just figure out where I am. How does this compare to that? So we are here. So we're gonna work our way. We're gonna go back to here. So our second right, and then go south. Maybe? Oh my god, this is making my eyes cross. Then here, and then over? I think we decided that this was fine. This could be a path to cut over, but I don't see a connection here at all, so that actually is not the best way. So second right, head south, take a right, jump in the pit, and go all the way to the end, because that'll take me... Yeah, I think that's the way to go, but oh my god, how confusing. Second right, head south, jump in the pit, and take it all the way in. Alright. That's the plan. Okay. Not this one. Head south, jump in the pit. This way. Okay. Don't worry, in this game you could literally become a deity if you know how. Oh wow, okay. I just need to get some health back. I'm struggling with that right now because there really isn't. Okay, so there's... Oh, no, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm very nice, little wolf thing. I'm not gonna hurt you. Okay. Look at my health. This is a problem. This is a problem, guys. There's nowhere to sleep here. There's wolves everywhere. I'm clearly incompetent. Am I in the right place, at least? Hang on. That's a full red bar, nothing to worry about. Ah, you're so funny. Speedrun time for this game is 18 minutes? 18 minutes? How? How is that possible? It's gotta be just like avoiding all the enemies altogether, right? Which is sort of like what you do kind of in speedrunning, right? Like, you just avoid things. I mean, I don't mean to, like, slight speedrunning at all, but it's just, like, it's just a completely different play style. Alright, you only kill what you need to kill. Yeah, no, I hear ya. Jordan says they use a glitch that acts as a staff piece, but it's just a random item. Oh. Booba says, I see you found my shortest gameplay footage of Arena. Yeah. Booba, you're so funny. Booba Bay. It's a professional Arena player, we've discovered. I think I do need to go here, though, and then cut that way. Glitchless speedrun's about an hour. That's still so short. I mean, granted, glitchless speedrun for Skyrim is what, like an hour 13 or something, right? For the record? Hour 12, hour 14, hour 4? Oh, that's for Arena. Hour 4 is Arena, right? What's Skyrim? You would know. Because you're glitchless also, right, for Skyrim? Okay. What's the plan here, guys? I do feel it's an hour 5? Man, I watched a speedrun that was an hour 14, and I was like, there's nothing faster than that. But I guess the strategy's probably changed. Alright. So we found something shorter. Okay. If I can get back to here, perhaps. This seems like a place there's enough stuff around that maybe I can sleep. So let's try that. We're gonna head north. Into this. Nope, not there. Here. Here's a little cubby. Please let me sleep. No, I just want a nap. I just want to take a nap, you guys. This game is like an analogy for life, right? Like, all I want to do is survive long enough to take my next nap. It's an hour 5 and 48 seconds. You were 2 seconds off. It's okay. The game is simple for magic classes, invisibility, invulnerability, and breaking walls. Oh, I heard something about breaking walls. Somebody suggested that. What do I have? Okay, I got it. Thank you. What gear do I have? Hey, 2 seconds is no, you're not wrong. It's longer than people think it is. Okay. I don't feel like I have a lot of options here in terms of how to come back from this. I've got a few marks. I don't know what they do because I didn't have enough gold to get them identified, and I don't think I could just randomly use the marks just to see what they do, right? Or am I wrong? I mean, I have no idea. Can I just use marks and see what happens? And I mean, I was doing that with the potions a bit, but all of them seem to be potions of levitating, which are just dumb. Unless there's a use for them that I don't know about. Which is possible, yeah. Hey, Noisy Crick, good to see you again. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I think I'm gonna go refill my coffee. I'm gonna go refill my coffee and take a really quick break, see if I can get my brain juices working here again, and come back and see if I can tackle this, to see if I can make it through this next stage of the quest without dying. So, go to the nearest magic guild, buy the health potions there. 50 pieces will be enough. That's for a start. Yeah, so I had done that. I had a stack of them when I entered this dungeon. I have used them all. I also had a stack. I also bought a cure disease potion, as you see. Whatever I had wasn't enough, and I'm sure that's just due to incompetence and not quite understanding how to play the game very well. Yeah, if there were difficulty levels for this game, I probably would have played the easiest. I usually play the hardest on other games, but this one I think I would have just played the easiest, just to experience the story more than anything. What little of the story there is. Yeah, I don't know that. Anyway, guys, I'll be right back. I take a quick break, and I will see you guys in a few minutes. You guys take a break yourselves, get some air. I'm gonna run a couple ads to get them out of the way, just so we can have a nice chunk of uninterrupted time when I get back. All right. So see you guys very shortly. Hello, I'm back. Thank you guys for sticking around through the break. I hope you guys got up and stretched and had a break yourself. I got some more coffee, I got some more water, stretched my legs. I looked for my dog Chaco, and he is asleep on the bed, which is perfect. See if he stays that way, because that is the ideal state. Although that does mean he's going to be an absolute maniac later, because he's not burning off energy right now. So, let's see. Ridge says, you need to go to the nearest magic guild, buy health potions. Yeah, we said that. And then you need potions. Potions only, try heal. What do you mean by that? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what you mean by you need potions that try. Do they try to heal? Or can I heal without a potion? I'm not sure. Except for sleeping. And Jordan says, when you spend hours to save seconds, it makes me think speedrunning is unhealthy. You know, I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, I feel like if it's something that brings you happiness, you know, if you're in something you enjoy, and I think if you set a goal and you do something that works toward achieving that goal, then, you know, I think that's not necessarily an unhealthy thing. I mean, if your goal is to become like the world's best meth addict, then maybe that's a problem. But no, I don't think there's necessarily a problem with that. It's just what people like, and people like different things, you know? Hey, Booba. What do you think of the new emote? Or the changed emote, the updated emote? Because the mug wars are on, man. The mug wars are back. Muggier than ever. I don't know. Alright, back to the game. It's gorgeous. Yeah, you know, that was a joint decision by the one and only Maddish Moose and the one and only Brandel Savage, co-winners of Mug Wars for December. And the standings started over again, so you guys are accumulating your mug points right now. I don't know if either of them are here right now, so you guys might be out to an early lead. That's pretty cool. Let's see here. So I need some health. I need to sleep. If it lets me. I need to turn off my playlist while I'm in this game, because it doesn't work. I got the wolf howling at me, and I think I'm... where was I? I think I'm here. Right? So the goal is to go south to the end, jump up to the right. Go this way and go north. Can I do it? No. Probably not. Look at everybody tied at 100. Maddish 95. Dubious Leftovers also 95. That's pretty good. It's really just a 5-minute difference between people in first and people in second. Anybody's game. Anybody's game. And of course, the winners of December are ineligible to win again in consecutive months. So, don't you worry about that. This isn't right. I died. I just died. Problem solved. Problem solved, guys. I just died. Load game. Fortress of Ice. Okay. Now where am I? Oh, right. It's the... yeah, okay. I don't remember what that noise is, like what critter that is. But it's fine. Wait, hang on. Let me look at my map again. Oh! Alright, so we go right at the next intersection. And then jump down into the pit. Into the pit we go. And then south. I'm gonna try sleeping here. Nope. Of course, the wolves start up as soon. Nope. Nope. They chasing me in the pit? Maybe I switched to ranged? Can I hit the wolf? Ow! Can I hit the wolf with an arrow while I'm in the pit, or do I need to be at the same level? I don't know. I don't know. I do have a mark of healing. I don't know how. Oh, I think it's broken though, right? 0 charges left. Okay, bye. This mark, we don't know what it does, but it has 5 charges. We just use random marks and see what happens. Da 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 da. I am looking for the bow. Did I scroll right past it? I must have. I must have scrolled right past the bow. Oh, there. Oh, that's long sword. Helm of levitation. Oh, long bow. There it is. There we go. Do you know what the problem of the Bretons is in this game? In fact, they only reduce damage by 50% from pure magic. Only the opponents in this game use pure magic. Only one opponent does. A stone golem. Okay. So my character, who is a Breton, then is not their racial passive is not helping with anything except for stone golems. Oh, Tadam! Sorry, I missed the Tadam. My bad, Booba. Thank you for thank you for making sure I said that. You're such a goof. Alright, that's good to know. We picked the character race not based on of any not trying to pick a good passive, but really it was just sort of like a random backstory sort of thing. It probably wasn't the best way to approach it, but it was fine. I was happy with it. Hey Anna, how are you today? Welcome in, good to see you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. We're back to arena. It's going well. Let's see if I can kill this wolf. Can I hit it from here? That's the sound of a wolf, obviously. I don't think I can hit it from here. It's not letting me aim. Okay, if I go this way instead, is that gonna take me anywhere nearby? Can I sleep here? I just want to sleep! Okay. What over here? Nope, it's louder over here. Click in the middle, not at the top. So even if I'm facing it, like, is this aiming at the wolf? If the wolf is in my sights and I'm clicking in the middle here, is it hitting the wolf? I don't think it is. Looks like it doesn't work. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alright, I'm gonna switch to the shield and the sword again and just try my luck. It's not gonna go well, is it? I don't know if there's a better approach here. I really do need to find a place to sleep, and that's part of the issue. Okay, okay. Alright, come on, come at me, wolf. Ah! Oh no! Oh no! There's another one. I wasn't prepared for the second wolf. We got one of them. The wolf sound is wild? That's exactly how wolves sound like. Haven't you ever heard one? I just love that they couldn't come up with an actual wolf audio noise. Like, it's strange to me, you know? Any sort of growling or something, I don't know. Is the wolf spitting projectiles? Yeah, I just imagine it's throwing snowballs at me because it's an ice wolf. And these wolves, let me tell you, they're the type that are using their little paws to make snowballs, and they're packing them real tight, but they put gravel and rocks inside of those snowballs, and they're kind of jerks. They're jerks. You're not meant to do that. That's not very nice. That's not good sportsmanship. Alright, here we go. I am ready. I am ready to kill this wolf. Nope, it killed me.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal husk. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor.
Yeah.
Once I have made you undead. Perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your failure has meaning to you.
We've decided this guy's name is Nick Cage. Bear says shrapnel snowballs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All's fair in love and snowball fights? No. All's fair in love. In snowball fights, though, no, there are rules. There are rules. Alright. Load saved game. I always forget this is here. I'd love to just take another nap here. We were able to sleep here before. How about in this corner? Oh! Okay, a little better. How about in this corner? We'll just keep bouncing between corners. I'm gonna sneeze. The only rule in our snowball fights as a kid was no ice. See? There are rules. There's no playbook for love. There is a playbook for snowball fights. I imagine. If not, we should write one. Let's write one, guys. The rules for snowball fights. We could start a snowball fighting league. That'd be fun. I would watch that. I would watch snowball fights. But then Mr. said there was a code of love, so I guess there are rules there too. Well, Mr. was wrong. No yellow snow? Okay, so we're already establishing the rules for snowball fights, right? No ice. I said no rocks, which I think is important. No yellow snow. Anything else? Shrapnel snowball, I will add that in. Thank you, Bear. I love that. That's a good one. Alright. Somewhere else to sleep, please. Put this corner again. Ah, it's back! The lizard man! Swear. And a goblin, ogre thing. Mr.'s Code of Love on vinyl. We're just putting all sorts of stuff there. I am slowly getting a little bit of sleep, a little bit at a time. I will share with you a piece of the secret of immortality, but it'll cost you 25,000 septims. This item is stronger than most of the artifacts in the game. Whoa! If I had 25,000 septims to give, I would. This item is stronger than most of the artifacts in game? I would like to know what that is. I don't know where the heck I would find anything. I would take anything to get me out of this dungeon right now. More sleep, please. Sleep, 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 sleep. Okay, we are slowly getting there. That was an orc. We got the orcs coming at us. We are very slowly sleeping till healed. It's a spider. It's just like, it's like a revolving door of enemies in this room. Okay, this is fine. It's a rat. I'm gonna save here. This is pretty good. That was pretty good. I see there was previously a poll about how many times the game will crash today. Has that been an issue? Just last stream. The last stream for Arena, which was like a week and a half ago at this point. It crashed like 3 times consecutively, and I decided to call the stream early because it was becoming a problem, and I thought it was a troubleshooting issue that I needed to resolve, when in reality, according to my Google research, that's just Arena. So, decided to roll with it instead and do a poll and turn it into a thing. You know, if it crashes, you just roll with it. Just the way it is. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a 30-year-old game at this point, right? Or to be fair, 29 3/4 of a year. You know, it's not quite ready for its 30th birthday yet. It's still pretending. Still holding on. 29. I mean, us 30-year-olds sometimes crash too, so I get it. Yeah. Rich says, don't sleep on the ground, sleep on the lowlands, it's safer. Yeah, so I was doing that, and I was trying to do that, and I think that's excellent advice, thank you. I will try to do that when I can. I've just been sleeping here because it's letting me, and I'm happy with getting a little bit of health back, because my health bar is much higher than it was before, as you probably see. So I will take this. My goal is to sleep in better places, but I'll sleep where I can, just to make some progress. I don't mind waking up to a lizard man. That should be a quote. Not telling you guys what to do, but that should be a quote. I'm already regretting saying that. We got an ice golem. Die, jerk! What do I have to do to kill you? See, my health is. I'm just gonna reload. Okay. Where is that? Dagon Skeever. Alright. Yeah, you know, it's like, quote, space, ad, space, it is online, space, whatever, because I have the weirdest bot in the world. It's fine, though. We're gonna ignore the ice dude and just drop into- this isn't the right pit. Uh-oh. I'm in the wrong pit. Right? Surely I went the wrong way. This doesn't seem right to me. But we found some treasure, perhaps. Okay. Let's pilfer this lock. Failure. Doing it again. Aha! I don't know what the torque's for. Dang it, one day you'll learn the commands? Yeah. It's all good. It is in my- I do have it listed out in my panels. But it's just... Nobody reads panels, right? Except for me, I read everybody's panels. I read everybody's panels. I get to know the streamer. Alright. I am healed after 4 hours. Perfect. Thank you, Bear. Alright. No! The wolves are back! God nabbit. I like how I'm making 0 progress. Okay, this is where I went wrong. I need to go north and then west. Okay. This is the correct way. Down the pit. Follow the pit all the way south. Kill the wolves at the bottom of the pit. See the wolf already there? I'm coming for you, wolf. Where's the other one? Aha! Progress. Trying to pick this lock. Aha! Take the gold pieces and leave the other things because I don't have the space for them. I'm gonna do a save here. Third time's a charm? Yeah. Okay. Now, let's consult our map and figure out where the heck we're going. I think we're going west from here. So we are here. So we gotta go south, west, south, west. Basically just continue west. Jump over the pit. Okay. Back to the game. Okay, come on. Continue. Killing anything in our path. They're everywhere! They're everywhere! Snowballs! Snowballs! Nope.
You were a fool to confront me.
No!
And now have paid the ultimate price. Even now.
Settle down, Tharn. Settle the heck down, man. Okay, I saved it in here, so we're fine. Let's try that again. South and west. We're just gonna keep going. Okay, we're gonna see if we can pull the enemies into- oh god, they were behind me too. To like a tunnel. It's a little bit at a time. Ah! Hey, where'd you come from? Okay, okay. This is fine. There's another one in this room, I thought. Okay, that's fun. I'm gonna- okay, it was over there. Okay, it was over there. I'm supposed to jump over that pit. Jump over the pit. And look at the map again, though. I wonder if I should save here. Let me see if I could save. I think saving here would be a good idea. We've made some progress. We've killed like 3 or 4 wolves. Ha! That was not bad. Okay, let's see if I can sleep in this pit. Yes, there we go. Enemies are nearby, that's okay. Except what the heck noise is that? Oh, right, the breathing noise is... Guys, the breathing noise that you're hearing right now. The... spiders. Because that's how spiders sound. I am convinced that the devs of this game have never, ever, ever seen another living creature. Just humans. It's too dark, too spooky. Ooh. Spooky, spooky. Asthmatic spiders? Yeah. Okay. Here we are. Continuing to the south. Jumping to the west, perhaps? Where am I? Hang on, let me just get oriented here. Yeah, this is the right place to go. Just like one square south and then west. Where's my nightlight? You gotta get one. Sophie says, either that, or they've seen spiders that I do not ever want to encounter. That's fair, right? Jordan says, spiders do... Shuik... Zizuk? I don't think so. Or do they? Are they different spiders? I'm sure I said that exactly how you meant that to be read. That was pure onomatopoeia right there. And as you guys know, I'm sort of a linguist. I'm sort of a... I do speak spider. And so that was my obvious spider impression. Minecraft spiders make that? Oh, okay. I don't play Minecraft. I'm one of the I'm one of the few gamers that have never played Minecraft. I've never even watched Minecraft gameplay because it doesn't strike me as something I'm interested in. Okay. Okay, here we go. My health is perfect. We found a corner to hide in and die in, perhaps? Okay, I can't camp here. Do the spiders where you live not Shuik Zizuk? Ours here, Shuik Zizuk, all the live long day. All the live long day, indeed. Am I ready? No, are you kidding me? I'm not ready. Hit me, let's hear it. What is your suggestion? I take all the advice. All of your advice. You clearly know what you're doing. I do not. Okay, so I've made it this far. I think I go west some more, right? I go west, and when I hit the end, I go north, I jump the tunnel. This is perfect, right? We're just gonna keep going to the left and to the right, all the way up to the top. All right. Okay, I advise you to write it down so as not to forget. Okay. Buckler reflection spells. They're for sale in Hammerfell, Heget, Elite Gear Store. Okay, the initial cost is 25k and more. With this item, all magical enemies will kill themselves against you. The Buckler of reflection spells. All right. Here's what we're doing. As advised. Pen. Everybody get your... We're taking notes, everybody. Sheet of paper. This is literally a contract that I'm folding up and writing on. Because that's how important this contract is to me. Hopefully you guys can't see through it because it has all of my stuff on it. Here you go. Alright. Hammerfell. City or town of Heget. Hammerfell province. Writing this down. Heget. Which I'm sure I'm saying completely right. Elite Gear Store. Perfect. Okay. You see everything? You're now me? Oh no! What's ironic about that is I literally used to, you know, arrest people for identity theft. Alright. I need the Buckler of reflection spells. Reflection spells. I have like 1 gold right now, so this is going to be a slog to get enough gold to buy that. So 25k septims. Okay, I've written it down. I'm gonna keep this here with me as I play Arena, and once I have enough gold, I will go get that. Is it easier to use a screenshot? Surely. Surely it is. But I'm old school, man. I don't know. I'm just a note taker. I always do. I like writing things down. I feel like if I actually write something down, I'm more likely to retain it. I don't know if you guys are the same way, but I definitely, that's how my brain works. Booba says, and I'm going to say this, and it's going to be incredible. Toit. Indeed. All right, let's go. Yes, a screenshot would be better. But not for my broken noggin. My broken old school noggin. All right, we're gonna go west. Something's chasing me, I think. Yep, it's the okay. Guys, that was Toit. I'm sorry for that. Let's continue. Where am I? Okay. We found a wolf. Ah! Die. North, west, north. Oh, this is wrong. Okay, can I sleep in here though? No, probably not. Where's that wolf at? Ah! Okay, so I think I'm gonna try jumping into the pit and sleeping. So we could be keeping track of our deaths here, but it just seems like overkill, right? Because let's be honest, all I'm doing in this game is dying. Do you imagine what my death count would be? This would be higher than Little Nightmares. Death count is 69? Yeah, maybe. What a number. Guys, I'm getting push notifications from apps. Smash your 2024 revolutions. You guys ready for a New Year's revolution? Oh boy. I'm gonna put my phone away. If necessary, I can tell you where to get a lot of money quickly. That's okay. I do understand that there's a way to kind of do the like the getting all the gold real fast and like going up and down stairs in player homes or not player homes, in NPCs homes, or is that what you're gonna suggest? Like just having things respawn over and over again? God, that wolf is obnoxious, isn't it? Settle down, wolf. Wolf is attention seeking. It's like worse than Chaka, right? I'm literally trying to like save myself here and I can't. Ah! Can I sleep now? Okay. Yeah, I'll take your ideas. If you have a suggestion, I'll take any suggestion. I just don't know if I'll necessarily implement them, if that makes sense, you know, because I'm trying to... Okay, I don't know where this growling noise is, and because it's growling, it's probably, I don't know, like a house cat or something. I mean... This wolf simply has things it must tell you, indeed. It wants to tell me about the revolution, probably. Oh boy. Hey guys. Settle down. It's sneak time. Being very stealthy. Be very stealthy. Let's explore the tunnels here. I don't think this game participates in stealth mode, you guys. Because I literally can't crouch. There is no stealth in this game. There it is. It's an orc. It's an orc who's just dancing, walking in place. Yeah, just like that. I got you, Anna. I'm gonna switch to arrow here and be a stealth archer for just a second. Little stealth archer. I'm gonna kill this orc who's being a jerk. Here we go. I see an orc. Die, orc. Haha. Oh, I see another orc. must save. This is sort of my jam, guys. If you're stealthy and a heart, the game will know. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, now we got the wolf. This is sort of my jam, and now I'm thinking of jams. Blackberry jam specifically. How I very much like blackberry jam. Alright guys, back to normal. I think we were in here before I got attacked. Thank you for the stealth redeem. I hope that was stealthy enough for you. Do 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 do. All right. Da da da. Where are you at? Let's jump back into the hole, into the pit, where there's safety. None of your enemies know about archery, so it is surprising them. It's kind of like stealth archery. Yeah. None of my enemies seem to use archery except for wolves, which use projectiles for some reason. Maybe the wolves are stealth archers. Okay, let's try here. I don't hear wolves. Let's try this corner. Now I hear a wolf. Okay, well, where am I? Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba. Okay, so I'm gonna go north, I think, here, right? Right? Yeah, north. I think I'm here. I'm reading this map correctly. I go north, west, north, west, north, east. This is fun. Ba-da. Settle down, wolf. Is this not how I get out of here? North, west, north. I'm ignoring that one. West, north. Oh no, something caught up with me.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price.
I don't know what killed me there. I don't know what killed me there. Did you guys see something? Ba-da. I'm so sorry. This is stuck in my head now, guys. And it's a problem. Because when something's stuck in my head, I just, yeah. Mas Cafe. Load save game. Fortress O Ice. Sing to us? You don't want that. Pickles, good to see you. Welcome in. Where the heck am I? Oh, I know where I am. Can I save? Not save, can I sleep? Wow! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's a Minotaur, of course. Of course it is. You do indeed want that? You guys are nuts. Minotaur has nothing. A useless Minotaur. Uh-oh. I've somehow put my weapon away. Did I drop my... What happened here? No judgment here? I appreciate that. Okay, oh, the longbow is dead. Broken. We broke the longbow. Hype? Lots of hype. I don't know what the hype is. The hype is for the singing? Oh boy. I'm so sorry. Alright, here we go. What is this? That's a zombie or something, right? And I can't seem to hit it. I'm diseased, excuse you? Rude? Okay, I got a potion of cure disease. Which I guess I took, but now I'm, like, diseased, which is not ideal. Not the best situation to be in. I have a little nap right here if I can. Will I turn into a zombie now? Probably. My health is back to normal. Ish. Normal-ish. It's an undead businessman. Yeah, he probably was going to tell me about tax law. and how people should do them. Will not work, nothing strange, I say. Won't work. Nothing strange. Okay, well, yeah, just whatever you think is... I would be interested to hear whatever it is you were thinking, though. Ridge of Dawn, which, by the way, again, if I'm saying your name wrong or if you want to pronounce it differently, please let me know. Will I turn into a zombie now? Yeah, probably. Although, is that really a change? I don't know if that's really a change. I feel kind of zombie-esque. We become one of them, or you just die if you don't heal. I don't actually know. I think... I really don't know. I've never let any disease progress far enough to know what happens. I just immediately take a health potion or a potion of some sort of cure disease. So, Karma said, I dressed up as a zombie businessman for a zombie walk. What is a zombie walk? Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba, ba. Alright, we're going this way. Come on! Okay. Uh-oh, something's attacking me. I can't tell you what it is. What is it? Is it... Okay. Let's try to the east, perhaps? Okay, hang on. This is ridiculous. This is east. The heck am I? These pits are the worst. These pits are the pits, man! Just know that in some cities and palaces, there's a corpse with 10k septims in the room. And yes, he respawns every time you re-enter. I'm just using invisibility potion to keep the guards from killing you. And elsewhere, chase more, for example. Okay. 10k septims, that's wild. Okay. I had it in my mind that I wanted to play as like a lawful good character for like my first playthrough with this game. I didn't want to like break any laws or trespass or steal or anything. But I feel like I'm over that. You know? Now I'm sort of in the I just want to have fun and survive this game sometime before the next millennia. Is millennia right or is it millennium? I don't know. Do I ever know what I'm talking about? Somebody educate me here. Get me out of this pit. Just wanna... Alright. I'm cursed now. Perfect. Of course I am. Wasn't I already? How do I resolve being cursed? Is there a resolution? I don't even know. Die. Into the pit. I feel like this is actually the right way. Alright. Now I am here. Which is perhaps not the right way. Alright, I'm lost. Everyone dresses up as zombies. We all shuffle from one location to the other. Nice. I like a good shuffle. Arena has broken Juniper's sense of law and order. Yeah, Arena has broken Juniper and me, for that matter. Oh, TES is broken. No, it just works. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. Karma says there was a zombie pope, zombie Teletubbies, the zombie pregnant woman. Teletubbies intrigued me a bit. Okay, so I think I went this way, and then this way, and then this way, and then I think I'm here, which is not correct. So I need to jump back out of the pit, hit the end of the hall, go west, go north, go west again. All right. You have to search for photos? I'd love to see them. Yeah. Stop howling at me. Alright, going this way, hit the end of the hall, go west, go north, go west, go north. East? Uh-oh.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal husk. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor.
This is fine. This is fine.
Perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your...
I wonder if I'll survive this dungeon today. I really thought for sure I'd get to Labyrinthian. For sure. Okay. Here we are. In this lovely place. Okay. Get me out of the pit. Alright. West. North. West. Die. I don't know. West. No, nope, not this room. North. Jump the pit. Hit the end of the hallway. Go right. Nice try. I am in the zone. You can't shake my focus. Somewhere around here is a wolf. I'm ignoring it. I'm going east. I'm going north. I am gonna find the exit if it kills me, which it did. Good try. Alright, I gotta look at the map again, because I feel like I'm messing something up. You handed out business cards. I said business, I think. Did I say business? Handed out business cards. Handed out business card. Business cards. That said brains. Brains. Only I had some. I hope you have a weapon above the Dwemer. Because the tablet is guarded by an ice golem. Oh, of course it is. I'll show you what weapon I have. It's the weapon I have. And I'm not going back for anything else. It is what I'm going to have to use one way or the other. We'll see how it goes. Say it ain't Soup! Hey, Soup. Welcome in. Good to see you. How goes it? It's going. I'm having a fun time. I'm dying a lot, but that is the nature of Arena. At least for me, because I'm not an Arena pro, but I am having fun. Despite the look of torment on my face, I am having fun. I really am. I really am enjoying myself. Happy New Year. There's no business-like show. I'm sorry. We now need a sound redeem of that awoo. I could do my version of it, but you know how I am with copyright infringement. I am a stickler for it. So I'll do a sound redeem of me pretending to do the wolf, if you would like. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's continue. Let's continue. We got this, guys. Arena seems unnaturally hard. It's fine. Oh, right, I was gonna look at the map again. Okay, so we are here. West, northwest, north. West, north, west, north. You thought I said uwu? No, you didn't hear me say that. Although I guess you just heard me say that then. Although that's not really the nature of the uwu noise I'm sure you wish I was making. I'm not making that sound effect. Cause I don't get it. I don't get it, and it's weird to me, and I don't like feeling like I don't understand. Makes me uncomfortable. Look at your map. Think about how much shorter your path would be if you could use the wall breaking spell. Yeah, you're not wrong. I could just go, like, this way, instead of all the freaking way around here. You only pull my leg. Leave my leg the heck alone. It's all good. I did not capture the essence of the uwu. I'm so sorry. I know somebody, I think it's Turtles. Turtles is a redeem where she'll say uwu at the beginning of every sentence for like a minute or something, which is funny, or at the end of a sentence. I'm not doing that. Because I don't get it. Somebody explain it to me. Somebody explain it to me in great detail. It's supposed to be a cute animal face? Yeah. Yeah. Is that the case? It is kind of cute, I guess, if you look at it. Glad I'm having fun. Thanks, Karma. Please do not. Okay. That's, how would you pronounce it? Is it Owo? If you're surprised. It's related to, colon 3, which is how I'm gonna pronounce that. The good old colon 3 face. You don't pronounce Owo? Well, I'm gonna do it. Owo. Maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll say Owo after everything. They just say there more often while you run the goal, preferably in a separate cell. They just stay there more often while you run the goal, preferably in a separate cell. Like the golem, the ice golem, if I could just break through the walls, Chris Jericho style. Yeah, okay. You rebel, I mean, that's me. Have you ever met somebody more rebellious than me? I think not. I think not. Often a recipe tells me to cook something at like 425, and I'll cook something else that's also meant to be cooked at 450. That thing that's cooked at 425, I'll put it in at 450, because I'm a rebel. Yeah. But the 3 and the W are equivalent, kind of. Okay. No, I get it. They're like the mouth. Just save more often while you run. Okay, that's a good plan. Thank you for that idea. Danger Liz is your real name. Yeah. Liz is my middle name. It might actually be. I don't know. Maybe my middle name's Liz, guys. Liz is not my actual name. Imagine that. Because it's a ridiculous name, because it's not a name. Alright, let's continue. Where is... Okay, hang on. Got it. Pokemons, hey, welcome in. Oh, this is a big game, is it? This is fine. Welcome in, good to see you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. The verbal component of the wall-breaking spell needs to be, oh yeah, like Kool-Aid Man. Liz Online Service, that's me. This is true. This is a true story. We're gonna go to story mode here for a second, guys. Story mode. Story mode. There once was a time, once upon a time, when I adopted an adorable dog named Cider, whom we named Cider. And I have a friend whose name is not Cider. Her name is irrelevant to the story. And she asked me, what is Cider's middle name? Because this friend of mine, who's an awesome person, she has, or had, unfortunately the dog had then by that point passed, but had a dog who did have a middle name. And so there was a discussion between me and George. What is Cider's middle name? Was the discussion. What should we name, what should Cider's middle name be, right? And George was just like, Cider! Her middle name's Cider. So officially, our dog's name is Cider. And then our hyphenated last names together. That is her actual name. Cider, hyphenated last name. Although I think Ella would be a cute middle name, because then it's like Cinderella, but it's Ciderella. Indeed. This was an actual conversation. There you go. And that was story time with Liz. Back to Arena. Come here, Cider. Say hi to everybody. Cider says hi. You vote for Ella? It's cute, right? You love cheese? Do you? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Ooh is not supposed to be pronounced, but if you did, it should be cute because we are role-playing as cats. Are we role-playing as cats now? I did not get that memo, guys. Am I a cat? Are you guys cats? This is like shaking my worldview right now. So people say in a high pitch, of course, because cats speak in a high pitch? I guess that makes sense. Meow? Huh. You vote for Ella? I mean, Ella's cute. Is she cider as in the drink made from fermented apples? Yes. She's cider as in the powdered cider drink packet that we had when George was randomly pointing at things in our pantry when we were trying to come up with names. He pointed at Toothpick. And I said, no, we're not naming our Toothpick. Come on. Our name used to be Muffin and also Cookie. And then we adopted her and said, we're not doing that. Because she's a dog. I get Muffin and Cookie for other critters. I just feel like, I don't know. Super Cider? Cider last name redacted? Exactly. Hoppers? Call her Cider squared? Yeah. All of the internet's cats? I guess we're cats, guys. I didn't know this. I was too busy being a kitchen rebel. Cooking things at the wrong temperature. Going out of control. Deviating from recipes. Pronouncing uwu is like saying lamau. I don't know what that is. Lamau, kapow, when reading. Oh, when reading lamau. Oh, I get it. LMAO. I want the son of Sarah Connor, right meow. Alright. If I had sunglasses to put on in view, I would, but I don't. My sunglasses are in a different room and Cider just got settled on my lap, so I'm not going to do that, but I see your point. Alright, we're going to continue, and I'm going to book it, and I'm going to save repeatedly. Because we got to get there, guys. We got to get there today, where I'll be very sad and question my competence. I'm paralyzed. Of course I am. I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna reload. Let's just reload. This is dumb. Why is my music playing? Settle down, music. You got Arena playing now. All of my buttons are broken. Fortress of Ice. Here we go. I assume there's something that's trying to kill me right here. So I'm gonna jump up and try to kill it if I can. Die! Mage. Alright. Jump! Dagnabbit. Alright. We are saving repeatedly. I'm gonna save here. There is not a quick save, is there? Everybody drink some water. We're doing some water. I'm doing a water redeem myself because I'm dying of thirst. Yeah. I'm trying to be a little bit better with staying hydrated because I drink so much coffee. And this time of year, I just feel like I'm always thirsty. Okay, we're gonna go north. We're gonna go west. We're gonna go north. And this is not the right room, but I'm gonna save in here. Some progress. Well, no. Okay, I'm gonna call this Fortress of Ice 2. Because I clicked on this by mistake, but it's fine. Oops. Oops. Alright, we're good. We're going this way now, and this way, and this way. Jump! This way. Kill the thing. Now we're in here. This isn't quite right either, but I'm gonna save in here. Making some progress. Okay, can I sleep in here? There's enemies nearby. I don't know where, but they were near. Maybe in there. I'm gonna go this way now. This isn't right. This is okay. Enemies nearby. Something is chasing me and I hate it. Okay, so there were wolves there. I'm gonna kill one. I thought there were two. There was a second one. Die. Sounds like there were three. I don't know where they are though. I'm gonna save right here. It's probably a bad choice. I'm going with it, though. Also, the letter U is used to represent shy or sad eyebrows. And the letter N is for happy eyebrows. Happy eyebrows? Depending on the way you say it, it could sound flirty. Oh. Oh. Guys, I could make my eyebrows do the wave. That's true. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that as a redeem. I mean eye area, not eyebrows specifically? Oh, okay. There you go. Impressive. I mean, I don't know. It's one of my few ridiculously useless talents. It's my party trick. Have I seen N_N before? Indeed I have. I read it as... Oh, okay. I get that, okay. And if the U's were upside down, it would be kind of a sad, expressionless face. I don't know. Can you have a face that's both sad and expressionless? I'm struggling with the underscore there, right? Because the underscore is like a straight line, which is like no emotion. But you just told me that ends equal happy eyes. This is an important conversation. I'm glad we're having this. I am learning so much. Where am I? Sad eyes, they didn't give me fries. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'd be sad if they messed up my order too. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry they didn't give you French fries. They should have given you tater tots, which are better. Okay, I'm gonna go north? Is that right? Nope, hang on. Hang on, I didn't mean to do that. I am... Oh god, where am I? Here? Is that right? Continue, look at map. No, that's not right. Okay, hang on. Okay. Here. So I need to go north, east, north, east. 3 is neutral but positive. This is just so much. It's like a cat paying attention to you. What if I don't wish to have a cat paying attention to me? Like that to me is not a positive. Hang on. Positive. Thing that I'd like to have happen. What did you— Don't look at me, cat! Stop looking at me, cat. Stop paying attention to me. Although I guess we're all cats, according to Jordan, because we're all RPing cats on the internet. I'm learning so much. Oh my god, the cats are everywhere. Ah! So many cats. Ah, everyone's looking at me. You're not a cat? Pickles, you're not a cat? Oh, thank god. What are you, though? You're a pickle. That makes sense. Okay. I'm glad we're having this important conversation. North, east, north, wrong. North, east, north. Oh no. Ah! Please die. How many times do I have to tell this guy to die? That was close. Cats are scared of pickles. Are they? That is interesting to me. A cat pickle? A cat pickle. Karma, are you saying that Pickles is a cat pickle? Pickle, how do you feel about that? Oh no. Load game. Fortress of Ice. Where am I? Cucumber thing, right? It was all over TikTok. What? What are we even talking about? East, north. No, excuse you. Rude. Okay. I think it's a weird snake thing? What? How do we know what they think? Do you guys speak cat? I mean, I guess this whole discussion has been about is the ability to speak cat. Jump in this hole here. Find somewhere to take a nap. I'm allergic to cats. I'm still breathing, so therefore I am only a pickle. No feline genetics. Okay. That's not disturbing? Good. I'm glad you're not disturbed. This is... I feel like that's the sound we hear for, what, ghouls? Is that a ghoul noise? Okay, so we're in the tunnels. We are in the tunnels here-ish. So if we just kind of cut around to the west and north, we might find a couple places where we can kind of dip into and take a little snooze. We learned from Ridge that there's an ice golem somewhere around here who's gonna try to kill me, which is not my idea of a good time. My idea of a good time, by the way, is a board game night with craft beers and a thematic soundtrack playing in the background. We will need you till 11 p.m. tonight. Perfect. Alright. Keep pressing the wrong buttons. Maximize. Okay. You recommend Gregorian chanting? You find it relaxing? I can't say that I do. But I don't think I've ever listened to Gregorian chanting to relax, so, you know, don't knock till you try it, right? Why can't I get out of this? Alright, let me try sleeping. They don't... Okay. I was just saying I can't hear enemies, and then, of course, I heard the groaning of a ghoul. The ghoul groan. Which is getting louder. Here it is. Oops, there it was. There I was. Come on, man. I'm trying to kill you here. Could you let me kill you?
You were a fool to...
You have if you've played Halo? I haven't played Halo. There's a group of friends on Instagram that have dinner parties and sing. It's really sweet. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. East. There's the ghoul. Let's see if I can kite it. Nope, I can't.
You were a fool to...
Is that a ghoul or is that a goblin? Jordan says there's an optional download for sound patch that makes sound shorter so you get spot mobs more easily, so it goes like because you can count, so there's 4 of them, like you can see that and have 4 like in a row and you go, okay, there's 4. Like oh. It's funny because it seems like every time I play this game, and this is my 4th time playing this game now, the fourth stream of it. I spend most of the stream just imitating the different ridiculous sounds that the enemies make because they're all ridiculous, right? They're all just so silly. It's a shorter oh. Okay, let's continue. Fortress of Ice. Nope, I should have gone east. East. Out of there. I was just thinking I'd switch over to my bow, but we know I can't. Die.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid.
Let's try again. I probably don't actually need to go there. I could probably just skip that room altogether, which is what I'll do now. Let's try this way instead. Okay. There's nothing here. Oh no, hang on, I want that treasure, please. Treasure, por favor. Give me that loot. Give me that loot! Got an amulet? Can I sleep here, please? I just want to take a nap, man. Okay, so we are here. We're trying to get literally here. So north. And then jump out again, right? Right? North, and then it's like literally right there. And according to this map, it's the tablet, a treasure pile, and a treasure chest, which sounds fantastic. We just have to get there, and then we have to make our way completely backwards again, because there's no, like, quick exit to the dungeon like there is in Skyrim, which is the worst part of this, I think. You know? You finally get whatever your prize is, and then you have to go all the way back again. A little save right here. Yeah, I know. Here I am. Oh, guys, we got a riddle. Hang on, no one tell me the answer. I touch your face. I mean, could you not? I touch your face. I'm in your words. I'm lack of space and beloved of birds. What am I? Air? Oh, hang on. What is happening here? What did I do? It's a magically held lock. Okay, cool. Okay. I forgot that I have the hold Alt while I type. Right. Hogwarts Legacy is like that. You have to backtrack through so much and then it's easy to get lost. I was stuck for 30 minutes once and even Googling didn't help. Why not use the spell that directs you, kind of like clairvoyance? Because there is that in Hogwarts Legacy. Alright, let's continue. Alright, we got the golem. The golem. Okay, so we got this, guys. We got this. We're so close. So close. Didn't work in some parts? Oh. I haven't played all of that. So there's probably stuff I'm not familiar with. Alright, you were a fool! Maybe I missed some things it was also a fool. I don't think so. Oh boy, hi! Run away! I don't know if dropping into here was a good idea or a really, really bad idea. Because, yeah. Because to get out of here now, I'm gonna have to basically jump directly up at the golem. Please just let me sleep for a minute. Let me get my health back. Pretty please let me get my health back. Hey Larry, how are you? Welcome in. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! What am I doing? Okay, so I just have to get... I keep pressing M for the map as if that's gonna bring up the map. Fool that I am. I just have to get here. And survive the column. I'm wondering if I could pick this up and then escape again. Do I have potions? No. I've got potions that aren't labeled. Here's what I have. I have potion. Whatever it might be. It makes me bounce. Yeah. Not the most useful, I know. I got a bouncing potion. It's a good potion, yeah. And now I'm trapped. Now I can't use the... I just have to wait for it to wear off, I guess. Because I can't descend into the pit while I'm levitating. It's the levitating potion. It's skooma, potion of the rave. Good stuff. Hope this isn't making anybody motion sick. I don't know who thought this was a useful potion. Because it's dumb, right? Like, is there a use for this? I mean, maybe if you're, like, just walking over water for a great distance. Can you not take the gold? So this represents a pile of loot. There's a plate cuirass there. I've already taken... I think I took some gold and maybe an amulet that was sitting here before. I don't want the plate cuirass, though, because it's heavy. I don't want to be encumbered. Lame loot indeed. And you know how I feel about loot, right? Like, I really like loot, but I don't want anything that's just gonna bog me down while I'm trying to flee for my life. Although maybe if I carry more loot, it'll it'll pull me back to the ground. Gravity will kick in a little bit. I'll just weigh myself down. Like an anchor. Oh boy. Ooh. You just need rest and restore your health. Yeah, I've been trying to. I think that's great advice. I've been trying to rest. Problem is that everywhere I go, there's enemies nearby. So I haven't found a place where I can rest. I think there's a ghoul in this room, perhaps. Who are you? Excuse you. Where the heck do you come? Where'd that guy come from?
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal husk. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead, perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your failure has meaning to you.
Embrace death, yeah. Insufficient base memory? Oh, look at that, guys. Well, that's a lie. Oh, it absolutely is. We just haven't been keeping track of it. People, it's just assumed that I'm gonna die 1,000 times. I've probably died like 24 times today at least. I wonder what happens if you took the potion away in the pit. I think it would probably just help you levitate. Try resting in the underground. Well, I was, but I'll try again, assuming I can get back into the game. Ah! Guys! We got our first crash. Our first crash today. Alright, I'm gonna... crashes so far. 1. So anybody who voted 0, anybody who pushed 0 was wrong. Sorry. I can't pin this message because Twitch hates me. I'll try again. Why doesn't it let me pin stuff? Pin. There we go. I'm gonna keep track. Alright. Pinned. Tried using +6 armor rating and -32 armor rating. I did like 4 tests, noticed no difference in the damage or block rate. That's some hot garbo right there, if I do say so myself, and I do. I do say so. Let's get the game going again. Thank you, Booba. Thank you, Booba, for the hot garbo. I'm gonna let this run through in case anybody wants to read it. I can't read it aloud fast enough before it disappears, so you guys are just gonna have to read for yourselves. Larry. That's fine. So I can... So you're banning turning right, so I can turn left. I have to actually, like, think through that because of how convoluted some of your bans are. Okay. Right. Loading the game. Cider is, getting cozy. Kindly waiteth. Okay, so I can't turn right. I can only turn left. Turning left. Great. Left turn. Come at me. The guy looks like he's stuck. Haha! Fool! You were a fool to confront me. I might have stolen that from somebody. I don't know who. Sleep! Heal me. There are enemies nearby. It is a Minotaur! You were a fool. Alright, now what? Now what's coming after me? There's a wolf in this room. Or not. Or not. I don't know. I'm gonna save here, because I feel- Oh, there is a wolf. Save game. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds familiar. Where is the wolf? I haven't looted this, I don't think. Okay. A bracelet. There's a dragon? Here? Oh no. Guys, you should run. You should run. Reading out loud was fun as a kid? Was it? Uh-oh. I don't mind reading out loud. I don't mind it as an adult. Just, takes some time. I touch your face. I'm in your words. I'm lack of space. And beloved of birds, like sparrows, not owls. Sparrows, guys. Sparrows. Do I save here? I might save here. Alright, here we go. Die.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal husk. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor.
You leave my
Once
mortal
I
husk
have made
alone.
You undead.
You leave my
Perhaps
mortal
I will
husk
even let you
alone,
be
man.
paid.
I'm in your face, I'm in your walls? Oh, that's creepy. Okay. Here we go.
You were a fool.
I think we're gonna die so many times in quick succession that you're not gonna be able to keep up with the death counter, but we'll try.
You were a
Settle down. I feel like Zoolander. Aha! Aha! Yeah, okay. So you just tested what we're just saying. That's cool. Science. Science, man. Thank you, Larry. Ooh, a short bow. That's good because I dropped another bow. Okay, here's the tablet. Or I broke my other bow. Give me that tablet. Jesus, why is that so loud? Settle down, Meridia. Alright, you found the tablet that Thelen Karn spoke of. Once he has hold of it, he can use it to decipher the location of the Labyrinthian. Yay! We did it! Incredible. 3 hours into the stream, we made it to part 1. Now we have to get out of this dungeon. We gotta go backwards. I'm gonna sleep. The fully healed. Are enemies nearby? Uh-oh, uh-oh. Die. Why is it saying that? Okay. Okay. Buckler? See an orc? Okay, hang on. Let me get my gear. I'm gonna switch to... I think I picked up a... I picked up a short bow. Damage is 2 to 8. Wait, is that a 0.5? Damage to the long... Slightly used. Okay, so the longsword is significantly better. I'm gonna keep working with the longsword for now. Okay. And now we just have to get out of here again, which means I have to go all the way back that way. And then back to here. And then once upstairs, I have to do something else. I don't even know. I don't even know. 0.011037. Wait, that must be it. Sassy Betty TV. Happy New Year. Good to see you. Welcome in. How was your New Year's Eve? Use Excel, many tests. Sorry, I try to explain to everyone every time. Oh, you're tired of explaining to everyone every time? That's okay. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that. Is it glass armor? Why is it that color? I think it's adamantine or something. I don't know. Color. I mean, it's teal because teal is cool, man. It's oh, I just took my pants off. Oops. I don't know. Teal thunder. That's exactly what it is. All right. Okay. So the goal is to go exactly backwards. I think I still have the timer going for not being able to turn right. So expect a lot of dizziness for another minute or so. You guys didn't see the thing say that the time was up, did it? No. Okay, we're still going. Is this right? This can't be right. I need max health. I'd love to have max health. You're not wrong. I completely agree with you. You worked? Yeah. That was good. You save here. Save with the sounds of growling in my ear. That's what I want. Okay, that was Fortress of Ice 2, guys. Okay, this is just back where we were, isn't it? I think. Die. Yeah, this is back where we were. Let me consult my map. Hang on. There shouldn't be anything. You know what drives me nuts is that you kill everything in a location, and then things just spawn out of nowhere. Okay, something in this room is growling at me, perhaps. But it's invisible. Okay, so... into the pit. Get to the T intersection, go north. Get out of the pit, go immediately south. Okay. They're in your walls. No! I hate that. I hate that. Get me out of here. Immediately south. I think it was go... Uh-oh. Excuse you. Go this way? Check my map. Thanks, Booba Bay. Okay, so this is wrong. And you go back north and go west. So make a U-turn and then go west, go left at my next intersection. Thank you, Jordan. Oh, the action's unbanned, thank God. It's getting dizzy. Ah! Excuse you! Here we go. Go south. Going this way, right? Is this right? This looks wrong. Something's chasing me. It's a guy! It's Aquaman! I don't know who you are. It's creepy.
You were a fool!
Settle down, Tharn. Settle down, man. Okay. Thank you, Larry. Chaco can how far better? Oh, howl! Chaco can howl far better. Yeah. Possibly. Cider is actually a better howler than Chaco is. Chaco makes whale noises. George comes home from work and Chaco's like, oh. That's my Chaco impression. Cider, when she's in the mood, she will actually throw herself back, head in the air going, how, you know. Oh boy, thanks for that. That's what I need in my life. Banning action, you're gonna save the ban. I can't. Yeah, maybe. I think it's limited to in-game actions, but I like the, you know. I know you got the kappa there. Let's keep going. I think I did Fortress of Ice 2. Where am I? Okay. North, west, south, west. Okay. Do I know the way to Sydney? I don't, and I don't know that song. I'm sorry. I assume that's a song. Keep going, keep going, keep going. This way. This way. I don't stop for anyone. I jump this. Go this way. Go this way. And sleep. Nice. The heck am I, though? Saving as Fortress of Ice 1? It's near Brisbane? Oh. I keep pressing M for the map, and the map's not there. It's a quote from Finding Nemo. Oh. Oh. Okay, so this is the wrong place. I need to go north, east, at the T intersection. Not the T intersection, the cross. The next intersection, go east, go south, and then go east again. Can we do this, guys? North. East. Ah! Rude! South. East. Jump. I'm in this room. Go into this corner. Okay. I feel like this is a series of norths and easts again, wasn't it? Here's some treasure. Oh, that was a question. Why don't I take the treasure and stuff? Just because I'm over encumbered. Yeah, see, taking this stuff will encumber you. I gotta sell some stuff. I was taking treasure earlier. Almost forgot when moving through the floors, all enemies respawn. Oh, of course they do. Of course they do. Ugh, okay, go south, and then gotta make a U-turn. I'm gonna get into the tunnels. Make a U-turn into the tunnels. And then follow the tunnel way all the way to the top, and then go east. Kick says, I tried playing this twice, struggled so much. The first playthrough, I couldn't work out where to go after I got out of the spawn stewer/prison place, the dungeons. Yeah, I went around and around for over an hour. Had no clue what to do, haven't played it past the character, created character since. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. I feel like it's not very well explained about what you're meant to do, because it just kind of, once you get through the dungeon and you go through the portal there, it spits you out in a town, which is sort of like procedurally generated, right? So you're just there and everything is random, and you just have to ask NPCs over and over and over again for any sort of guidance of what the heck's going on until you get a clue for the Staff of Chaos piece. And nowhere does it explain that. It's a little bit mind-boggling. I actually pulled up a guide for this because I'm like 3 or 4 quests into the main quest now, and every time you progress the quest, it's the same sort of thing where you're like, what am I meant to do? And it's just trying to find something, some random NPC. So towns may be randomly generated by the devs, but we all have the same towns. Okay, yeah. The hoarding doesn't stop. Well, I hoard everything. Can I flex the keyboard chart? You know. Boom. Boom. There you go. Alright, I got a U-turn. I got a U-turn and go through the tunnels and go all the way to the top. That's the goal. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this. We got a howling wolf coming at us somewhere. Hang on, let me see if I can loot this. Oh, I did loot this already. Here we go. To the north! All the way to the end. Boom. Hit my head against the wall, turn east. And get out of here. I think it's north now? Okay, this isn't right. Oh, it is right. Okay, then I got U-turn around the corner. Kick says, yeah, that's what I had. Spoke to everyone, and then I just got murdered. And that's the... What's the keyboard? The keyboard chart is... It is the updated key bindings, because I used a mod that changed the key bindings, because I found the vanilla keybinds to be unintuitive for me as somebody who has played games this millennia, you know? So it's like the arrow keys in the base game are meant to be the WASD, but I want WASD instead. And it also has things about how to, you know, which one is use your items and stuff. I don't know. I'm not actually using it all that much anymore. Although now that I'm looking at it, I see that tab is the map. I didn't know that. And what I'm mostly using it for is this reminder that I have to hold Alt in order to type. Because I will not remember that. So. You just looked at the controls list and had to learn it. Never use any mods. So I never think of that. Yeah, you know what I looked at... I got this from Steam, and I looked at the discussions on Steam, and there was one that was like, if you're gonna play this game in 20, whatever we're in now, 2024, I guess, although I don't think that was the discussion. It was like, here's some recommendations, and I think it's been better. So she knows what buttons do what. Yeah, thank you, Larry. Larry's such a troll. Alright, here we go. Around the bend. Okay, now we're upstairs. And now we have to get, I think it's north? Okay, we gotta get here. And if I could blast through this wall and go north, I would, but I don't have that power. So instead, north, U-turn, south. Through the maze. Here we go. Door, south. Through this little maze. And then I go north here. Ignore the things to my right. Just keep trucking along and then go left. Something's attacking me. Turn around and kill it. Die, medieval scum. They don't tell you to attack. You literally use your mouse and just swing your mouse around wildly. 3 gold, heck yeah, give me that gold. The steel die katana firestorm? Okay, that'll encumber me? Oh, well, I took it, I guess. I see a knight. Some gold. Oh. Let me advise you to go to Hammerfell Riverpoint when you exit the dungeon. There at the Magic Guild. Buy true healing potions and a power wall mark. This magic shield will make your life much easier. Writing this down. Hammerfell. Riverpoint. Magic Guild. Healing potions and are true healing potions different than other healing potions? I'm not familiar with that. True healing pots and power wall mark. Or wall mark. How much is that going to cost me? I have like 1 gold. Actually, I don't know how much gold I have. Let's have a look. Let's see what's in my inventory. Or was it on the last page and I just ignored it and continued on to this page? Should I drop this since it's broken? Probably. Rob. Get out of here. Piece of garbage. Okay. True's more efficient? Okay. Okay. We're good. Gold. I have 1,930 gold. Which I feel like is probably not enough. Is this right? Hold on. Map. You can use your mark of healing to heal yourself if you equip it. It has 0 charges. I was using it earlier. Okay, so... southwest. Oh, if I go north... Oh, hang on. I know where we are. I know where we are. Follow this. We're gonna leap across some water here. You guys ready for a feat of acrobatics like none you've seen before? Shh, splash. Well, that wasn't what I meant to do. Hang on. I saw a wolf and it scared me. Alright, wolf.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price.
Mustache now, have fun, good luck in the game. Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for being here. Hope you have a happy New
You
Year's.
will serve me well through my years as Emperor, once I have made you
Happy New Year's. Load game, dagnabbit. Have I not saved since I was upstairs? Hang on, let me load the other save. I wish it told you information about the saves. This is wrong. Yeah, this is definitely wrong. Okay. What difficulty am I on? There's no difficulty choice. There's no difficulty choice for this game, so I'm on difficulty. Difficulty. Healing potions restore 17 to 95 hit points. True treatment restores 105 to 130. Ah, that's good to know. Good to know. Okay. So I need to... north, east, south, east. That's helped me to remember to save. Northeast. Dang it, this is what happened last time too. South, east, jump, fall, climb, continue. East, north. Is this right? Yes, it is. Jump into the pit? Where'd the pit go? This is wrong. Yeah. Okay. We did exactly what we did last time. There's the pit. Save, just save, yeah. I'll save once I get out of this pit. Fortress of Ice. Never save? I'm a fan of saving. It helps me all the time. Alright, we're upstairs now. We know where we need to go here. We're going this way. Open. Save here. You want to see Permadeath Arena? Ugh. Ugh. I don't know about that. I don't think I'm good enough for that. Some people are probably good enough for that. I am not. Hey, dude! Nope. Nope. Not interested. See ya. Come at me with your melee weapons. I got places to be. Alright. Save here. Rich dogs use emeralds? What? Oh, why is the floor green? Yeah, I don't know. I assume it's grass. It's probably like astroturf so the dogs have somewhere to pee. This is wrong, right? Okay. Go north. Could I have just cut that way? No, that's the way. That's not the right way. Yes, it is. Okay, hang on. So go north the intersection and go east. Yeah. Because we had gone the roundabout way before, and I discovered that I hated it. This might be a good use for the levitating place. Levitating potion? Excuse you, could- oh no.
You were a fool to
Nick Cage time, thanks. Thanks for the vote of confidence there. This is wrong. Just gonna reload that. I don't feel like doing that again. Use the wrong load. Load game. In Japan, most mechanic shops have green floors for some reason. that true? Maybe this is mechanics? It could be. It's truthfully not something I'd ever considered before. Here we go. Excuse you. Save. I don't want to die. Okay, so just continue straight and then north. Let's get out of here. North. We did it! We did it. Okay, so it was suggested to go to Hammerfell and Riverpoint. Guys, shout it out if you see Riverpoint. I miss it. Probably by a river. Riverpoint. Do you want me to put my music back on? Pass arena without saving. It's not that hard as it seems. It's not as hard as it seems. You could be a demigod if you know how. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Like if you get good, you know the right way to approach the game. I'm sure you can easily, you know, be all powerful. Demigod like you said. But as a new player, it's not. You just want to see what the bot would say? Oh, okay. Yeah, because I have my playlist playing at all times. It's just muted right now while I'm in here, so it'll still tell you. It'll still tell you what's playing in the background were I to unmute it. Okay. Yeah, that's fun. Uh-oh. Yes, let's ride there, please. Where's my cursor? Ride. Alright. Ban cursor. Yeah, it's frustrating. Alright, here we go. Okie dokie. So now we're in Riverpoint. We have to ask for the Mages Guild. So let's just meet some people. Hey, everybody. Here we are. You. Hello. Don't mind me. Where is the Mages Guild? East of here. Okay. East of here. Well, that's most of the town, so that's not super helpful. Yeah. Hello. Where's the Mages Guild? She's gonna say east of here also, isn't she? East of here. Okay. Well, thanks. Bye. Just gonna go east for a ways. Go to the star-shaped building on the map. Is it it's a star-shaped building? Okay. Cool. I'm assuming you mean this. I think that might be it. Yeah. Ah, look at that. Okay, so we need to get healing potions and power wall mark. You wipe the sweat off your brow as you enter the Mages Guild. The cool shade of the interior is a welcome sight after standing under the harsh summer sun. Around you are arcane implements and mystical apparati. You can feel a slight tingling on your skin. Alright, lovely. Save. So, oh, I'm gonna rename this. I'm gonna name this Riverpoint. Okay. Hello! What's up, Gandalf? Buy. Potion. Take some invisibility potions too. Invisibility is useful sometimes. Okay. Looking for true healing. Heal true. I wonder how many of these I should get. Got. I don't know how much you. I get 5 of these. Is that enough? I probably could use more, but I need some gold for other things. Let's counter that. Let's say 440. 460? Would be willing to pay 470? Let's counter. Let's try 460 like you said. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's something. Buy. Magic item. I need... Let's look for the power wall mark before... Is it this mark of force wall? First, I think it's worth selling all the junk to the blacksmiths. Oh, yeah, maybe so. It is the mark of force wall, though. That's what you mean? I just wanted to read what it was. Yeah, I don't have 3,100 gold. Okay, hang on. Bye. I gotta sell some stuff. I'll be back. You stay there. You stay there, buddy. Where's the blacksmith? You! Where is the nearest equipment store? I mean, any would be fine. Nearest store. Alright, fine. Southwest. Looking for signs on doors. That looks like a sign. Awesome. Go talk to Conan the Barbarian. See what we can sell. You enter the Practical Gear store, happy to be out of the summer heat. Many items of interest hang on the walls and in the display case in front of you. Alright. Hola! Sell. Oh boy. No, I don't want to sell the equipped stuff. How do I know what's... I wish it would just tell me, like, it's equipped before... See, I have 2 plate cuirass. Okay, that's fine. Sell. I don't... Am I wearing the Helm of Levitation? I must be. I don't know why. Buckler. I wish I could sell a whole bunch of stuff at once, because this is annoying. Short bow. Got all these marks. I don't know what they are. I'm gonna sell them. Excellent. Because I don't want to pay to learn what they are. They could be garbage. Mark of healing is useless at this point. Okay. These are some... the marks are good gold. Potion of free action, I'll keep that. Here's a miscellaneous potion. I don't want to sell that. Sell... I'm just gonna sell all of them, all the marks. I'm never gonna use a mark of shocking. Cider, I can't reach my mouse very well when you sit like that. Okay. Sell this random mark. I feel like I'm starting to make some money, which is nice, because I could use the money. Except... Road to 25k gold? Maybe. I keep the longbow, although I wonder... Oh, okay. I guess I wonder if it's damaged. Or did I drop the longbow? I dropped the longbow. Mark. Accept. Magic Mooney, hey! How are you? How's it going? Happy New Year's. It's going well. I'm playing Arena, as you can tell. Which is goofy. Happy New Year to you as well. What have you been up to? Yeah, my caps are on. I'm gonna do a shout out here. Guys, if you're not following Magic Mooney, I encourage you to. Magic Mooney plays Skyrim. Other stuff, Souls games. Things like that. Hopefully that worked. Yeah, Souls. Is that 3? If you moved on to 3, or is that just 2 with an exclamation mark? I can't read it. The font is too small. Sell everything you're not wearing. Believe me, you don't need it. Okay. Thank you for the advice. A pro Souls streamer. So tired, currently snuggling with my cats, nothing too crazy yet. And thanks for chat. Yeah, no, you're welcome. Snuggling with your cats. I love that. I've got my dog on my lap, and she's making this game a little bit additionally challenging. Although it's keeping me quite warm. 2 with an exclamation mark. Okay, cool. Thank you. Alright. Sell. You don't know much about this game? So this is the first Elder Scrolls game. The story is that you are... I mean, you can be any adventurer, right? And your job is to save the Empire from the evil Jagar Tharn, who is a mage who is impersonating the true Emperor, Uriel Septim VII, and has sent him to another plane. And so we are going around having to rebuild a magical artifact known as the Staff of Chaos that will let us defeat Tharn, I believe. Yeah. Okay. It's like everything I'm not wearing. Greaves, boots, cuirass, pauldron, gauntlets, helm. I think that's my whole kit right there. Shield, sword, I'm wearing those. Bow, I'm using. Bracelet, am I wearing this? No, I'm wearing that bracelet. Sell, the other bracelet, I guess. I guess the first chunk is all the stuff I'm wearing, right? Yeah. Oh my god! Get the money for that. Yeah, I'll take that, thank you. Probably was useful. Now it's gone. Belt, am I wearing this belt? Guess not, I'll take the money, thank you. Guess I'm letting my pants... No, oh, this is equipped, okay, cool. Sell... a torque? What is a torque, anyway? Holy smokes, guys, look at the cost of this one. 40. Is this torque useful? Should I not sell this and figure out what the heck it is? 4,700 gold seems to be useful. Seem to have forgotten maybe, but where / how have you... Did you have your emo son? Are you asking me? See what effect it has? Okay. Yeah, I went to Fiverr and I paid somebody. Cider. Probably -5 AR, in which case you can sell it. Well, I can sell it now without having it identified though, right? Or do you want me to wear it and then check to see what it is? Okay, I see what you mean. You thought Etsy? Oh, I got Etsy. I used Etsy for the stinger transitions is what we were talking about as the stingers. Just right click, that's it? Okay, I'm gonna reject that. Exit. Let's see. Next page. That was a torque, right? T-O-R-C, which again, I don't know what it means. This longbow, is it broken? So I should sell the longbow because it's broken. I think I sold the short bow instead like a dummy, but that's okay. Plus 22 intelligence? So we'll get rid of that, perhaps. Do I have a use for intelligence? I think we've decided that intelligence in this game is not useful. I still don't know what a torque is. I'm Googling it. What is a torque? Intelligence is not useful. Yeah, I mean, torque. It's a large, rigid or stiff neck ring in metal, made either as a single piece. So it's like a necklace, basically. But like a metal choker. Intelligence is useful, beauty is, yeah. That's what we learn. It's a neck crown. Got it, okay. So I'll sell that. Hey, buddy. Does intelligence help in bartering? I don't think so. Not interested in the broken thing? That's fine. I get it. I should drop that. A dragon in here? Oh no! That is alarming. A dragon! 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 Alright, I'm wearing that and that. Longsword I'm using. Bow I can't sell. Am I going nuts or are they just like repeated? Okay. More belts. Okay. This is tedious. Why can't I just sell everything at once? Guys, I'm gonna run some ads to get them out of the way while I'm just selling stuff here, and then when I'm back, we can get back into the game and do some stuff uninterrupted. So just, you know, here's some tedious stuff. Everyone go take a break, because I'll be here for like, I don't know, a few minutes struggling, so thanks. Mithril amulet? Am I wearing this? Could I like you? Mithril amulet's not for you. Okay. Hey Arnie, I don't know if you can hear me because I just started some ads. Let me know if you can hear me and I'll talk to you. I'm doing some bartering, trying to empty my inventory. And this is a fun game. You can tell because I'm obviously having a heck of a lot of fun. I am actually having fun. I'm just not sure what I'm doing. Hang on. Let's see what that does. Next page. Amulet. I gotta drop this. I'm just gonna drop that. Goodbye. Plus 25 to intelligence? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the amulet too. Silly amulets. Okay. Sell. Accept. Okay. So what am I sitting at now? 18,000 gold, that's pretty good. So interesting to see one of the older Elder Scrolls games. Yeah, this is the first Elder Scrolls game. Can you hear me? I hope you can. It's the first Elder Scrolls game. It's 30 years old in March. 30 years old in March. So it's just interesting. You don't have the patience to play something like this? Oh, you can hear me. Okay, cool. Because I just started up some ads and I wasn't sure. Yeah, 30. Yeah. Alright. You only need agility and strength stats? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I've been putting points into endurance, too. I was told that endurance is helpful for health points or something. Brash Wolf. Brash Wolfie, hey, welcome in. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Do I know French? No. No, I don't. My French is very bad. Although my keyboard on my phone has decided that to default to the French keyboard, and I don't know why, and I wish it would stop. Because it keeps auto-correcting things in English to French. Which is not helpful. It's trying really hard to help me. I don't know why it's doing that, but it is. It's trying to teach me French. That's probably it. Oh boy. Oh, guys, this is the bow I dropped right here. I want you to learn clearly. Clearly, it does. I think I'm gonna try to find a tavern and have a little snooze. But first, I guess I should go. Oh, I guess first I should go back to the Mages Guild and buy that thing that I needed. And then I'll go to a tavern. Guys, thank you for sticking around for those ads. I'm sorry that I have to run them. Oh, here's a tavern right here. Let me put it on my map before I go back to the guild. Okay, the Silver Goblin. We're going back to the Mages Guild stuff. Yeah, I have to run the ads. Thank you for sticking through them. I try to make it so you aren't missing important content. I just sold some stuff. Got some gold. Oh no, I went the wrong way. Hang on. It's north of here. HP is trash. Force wall solves this problem. Okay, that's good to know. The door to the Mages Guild opens with a puff of dust that sticks to the sweat on your sunburned face. The smells of sulfurous potions burning and ancient scrolls of moldering parchment sting your nose. Ow! That stings. At least it's cool in here, you say to yourself. Alright. Hey! Hey! You! You there! Sell me something. What was it we're getting again? Power wall mark? Mark of Force Wall. Look, guys, I'm rich. Getting there. What is Wizard Lock? The exposition there had quite a D&D feel. That's cool. See, I've never well, that's a lie. I have played D&D. I've just played... I haven't finished, like, a whole campaign. I've only played, like 3 sessions of D&D ever. And I kind of want to get back into it. I kind of want to try it. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, which is fun. The narrative in that I like. Why did that not work? Cup of tea with a coupon to relax and take the day off. Oh, I love that. I love that. I'll add that in. Thank you. What a nice gift. Did I buy that? I don't think I did. No, I'm still super rich. Okay, so I'll buy this. I'm gonna counter. 3,100 seems a bit rich for my blood. Let's try 30. Okay. More than reasonable? Fine. You can restore spell charges and items. Just give them to blacksmiths to fix, preferably before all charges run out. I didn't know that. I sold something that was empty because I didn't realize that. Arnie says it's a lot of fun. My boyfriend's starting on Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Is starting Baldur's Gate tomorrow. You gave it to him for Christmas. I'm sad that I have to wait a while to play it yourself. You guys can't play at the same time? I mean, I know you're busy with Witcher 3 right now, which, by the way, guys, if you're not following Arnie, I encourage you to. I'm a mod in here by chance. I could just give Arnie a shout out so I don't break everything on my computer. That's fine. This is fun. This is fun. I got this. I can do shout outs. Guys, I'm gonna do a round of shout outs. Because we have a lot of people in here who stream, and I encourage you guys to follow each other and support each other and hang out in each other's streams. Did I spell that right? I think I did. Yeah. Go follow Arnie. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Especially if you are, you know, in Europe or further east, just because the time zones. Do I have it set up so only mods can do shoutouts? Yeah. Or me, of course. Otherwise, it would just be people shouting each other. I mean, I don't know. It seems weird. So yeah, I do a shout out for Notes to Sophie. I probably need to get. I just think I might want to have another mod or two, just because a lot of my mods work during the week, and so it would be nice to have people who are actually able to hang out and pay attention for parts, you know, for more than people are able to. And I get it. I'm certainly not upset about people having to work and actually, you know, pay for things, live their lives, and I appreciate the support I have from my incredible mod team. So follow Sophie too. Just got affiliated a little while ago. Really funny. I enjoy her streams immensely. Empty things are often bagged. The charges may not recover. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Let's see. I don't think I have a cooldown for this. Choco. Oh, Cider. Cider. Going over here. Go say hi to Cider. Hi. Bye. Oh. Hands like falling asleep. There'd be utter chaos if everyone shout everybody out. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Alright. Shout out for Booba Bay, who is a brand new streamer who's working on getting capture card working so I could stream Forbidden City, which is a mod of Skyrim that's been kind of remade into something else. Its own game. Its own game. Hey, you're welcome, Booba. Joe Quaddles here and said, I remember when this channel was all about mugging. It still is. Guys, hang on. Guys, it's January. It's a new year. It's a new month, which is more important, of course, because new month means the mug wars have started anew. So you, currently, are earning mug points, which allows you to choose the mug emote that you prefer if you have the most at the end of the month. That was the most roundabout way to say that, I think. Our reigning champions, Madish Moose and Brandel Savage, who tied, if you can believe it, chose, let's see if I can point to this. This one? One of these? Somewhere around here? This one, yeah. I don't know. The blue and white one. Alright. Quaddle shit Quaddle too. Say, I assume, thank you for demonstrating. I missed anybody, I'm sorry. I'm scrolling up and seeing who else is here. Okay. Cool, let's get back into the game. Back to the game. You like the mug idea? It's fun, right? It's a silly little thing. You can do ! mug points at any time to see what your mug points are. And, yeah. It's a silly thing. Why do I still hear my playlist? Oh, no, I don't. That's just the game's music. You got your Xbox 360 out of the storage, so to play The Witcher 2 again? Oh, I love The Witcher 2. I like that it has, like, the diverging path, and you have to choose whether or not you want to follow Yorlith or, Roach. Well, not like Roach, but like Roche. Vernon. Okay. I know. You and that emote. I have a licking emote too. I just want to show it off because all my emotes are cute and I love them. Chat. I'm gonna put donuts there. Donut. There we go. Alright, back to the game for real, guys. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. Let's play this game. Exit. Exit. So I got the true healing potions, I got the power mark. You suggested I get the, invisibility potion too? Invisibility? You there. Please sell me a potion. This is stamina. I was reading it as stamming, and I was like, what is stamming? The potion of stamming, guys. Potion of water walking? That can't be right. Really? Is it a potion of water walking? Why can't I scroll? Invisibility. I'll get 2? How long do these last for? 3? I'm gonna counter. 700. 5? Alright. I'll get 2 more. How many healing potions should I get? I already have 5. Get 2 more of these. Counter with 450. Fine. 50 plus healing potions? I don't think I can afford that. Was that all you said? Was healing potion, the potion of true healing, and the potion of invisibility? Do I actually need a potion of water walking? Is Booba trolling me? I got the helm of levitation, which is super useful. Oh, I missed Arya, I missed your pup cam. I missed the pup cam. Hang on. I'm sorry about that. Chat commands. There you go. Let's see if this works. I tested it, so it should work. And if it doesn't, I'll fix it. There she is. There she is. If you're gonna do 50, might as well make it a cool number. Go 69. The helm of bouncing up and down. Yeah, it's the helm of motion sickness. The helm of motion sickness. Okay. Where's True? Heal True. They're only 100. How many do I have? 20. What's 20 times 100? It's 2,000, right? I don't think I have this much gold. Counter. Oh, I do have enough that much gold. Alright. Exit. Okay, cool. Let's go find that inn. We'll take a nap there. Okay, I gotta turn around. It's this way. Walk into the walls, bounce off the walls, exit. What dog breed is Cider? Cider is half Shih Tzu, quarter Chihuahua, 1/8 companion dog of some sort. We don't know what specifically. And then another 1/8 of too much of a mutt to know. So yeah. Thanks for lurking. Happy New Year. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Elsewhere? Am I going to elsewhere now? Let me get my health back. Is that okay? Let me go get we'll stay in this inn and get my health back real fast. 1/8 chinchilla, that's probably the most likely scenario. Donk. You can bounce off this thing. Sorta. Just like Skyrim, right? Here we go. Here we go. Okay. You enter the Silver Goblin, feeling the cool shadows fall over your face like a blanket. 1/8 chinchilla based on size and floof. Yeah, she grows fur like nobody's business. I'm forever trying to just take chunks of fur off of her. I spend an inordinate amount of my off time chasing her around the house with scissors. Gosh, it's so crazy Skyrim evolved from games that look like this. I know, right? We're literally trying to get the Labyrinthian, which, as you know, is in Skyrim, right? Maybe Cider's part cat? Could be, yeah. Could be. You! Need a room. Joss! Joss! Thank you. Thank you very much for the 5 months of support, subscribing with Prime. It's very nice of you to do that. You only get 1 Prime subscription. And you're choosing to use it here. That means a lot to me. Thank you, friend. Enjoyed your continued ad-free viewing and your emotes. My appreciation. All the good stuff. Hope everyone's having a fabulous New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year. It's been 5 months. I know, can you believe it? I was affiliated early August. Wild. One-8 miscellaneous dog. I know, right? So... yeah, Boobabay was my very first follower, so there you go. Follow age. 5 months, 29 days, 22. There you go. July 2nd. Nice. It's helpful. Because I don't remember exactly when I started streaming. I think I think you followed me on my second stream? Almost 6 months, yeah. Hippo New Bear, yeah. Chaco's part chupacabra? I believe that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alright. Did I get a room yet? I don't think so. Single. One bracket. Fine. Like bartering. Okay. Forget that. What time is it? It is currently 10:48 in the morning, so we're gonna sleep for 24 hours. Just because we don't want to leave here in daylight. Nope, I pressed the wrong button. 10 hours. Okay, well it's still our room. Camp for a while. Do 14 hours instead. Make it 22? Too bad. Too bad. 24. 22 would have been fine, of course, with 8 a.m. 10 a.m., whatever it was. 2 dogs, one of them is a husky, and my god, she has some sass and personality on her. Cider can be quite sassy herself. She's got some personality to her as well. She also just sleeps a lot. We're estimating her age to be 12, so she does like her sleep. Oh, Booba, I'm sorry. I think I ruined your music. You were jamming out to that. Alright, so I need to go to elsewhere now? I thought I had to go to the Elite Gear store, but I don't know if I have enough septums for that. I still need 15k septums. This music is good. You're happy? Are you jamming out to this? Not here, but elsewhere? Okay. We're gonna go, oh, right-click on the map, right? Right-click on the map to get the world map, which is not explained anywhere. I bet you this game came with a manual, though. Like, it probably had an actual tangible manual that had instructions and stuff on how to do things. Let's go turn this... We're gonna go back to Winterhold. And give the mage the gear the tablet. Gotta lurk while I get some rest. Sorry I haven't been around much lately with the holiday business. No worries. No worries at all. I completely understand. I hope you get some good rest, and thanks for lurking. It means a lot to me. Thanks again for the sub. Oh, but first, who won Mug Wars? That's a very important question. It was actually... You're not gonna believe this, Joss. It was a tie. It was a tie. My first ever Mug Wars tie between Maddish Moose and Brandel Savage. And you can see the result, the resulting emote. Rigged? How's it rigged? And if you do exclamation mark mug points, you'll see that your mug points have been reset this month, yeah. Are you excited for Fallout 5 or Elder Scrolls, or more excited for Fallout 5 or Elder Scrolls 6? I like the idea of both personally, but more excited for Elder Scrolls 6. So I've been wanting Elder Scrolls 6 for a long time, right? Although I will say after Starfield, I'm a little bit unsure if I should get my expectations up, if that makes sense. You know, like, I'm more interested in this franchise and the lore of this game. Fallout is fun, though. Fallout is just some good, clean fun. I was hanging out in another stream yesterday, Ad Noctem stream, actually. I don't know if you guys follow Ad Noctem, but totally worth following him. But he was watching a preview of a conversion mod for Fallout 4 called Fallout London. It looks really cool, really super cool. So that looked like fun for me. But I have Fallout 4 on PS4. I don't think I have it on PC, so I don't know. It's likely a tome. What was a tome? I don't even know. What are you talking about, Karma? New gamers have it easy. They download the game from Steam and launch it by clicking play. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've done for a long time. So, I mean, I certainly remember getting, you know, discs, and I mean, I remember my mom's stack of floppy disks and stuff, and like the large ones and the sheaths of paper, and, you know, trying to play like Jeopardy or something with her. Use the Mark Force Wall. The shield is infinite What is the shield? The shield's info. Oh, I need to get. Oh, I see. The shield that we're working for. The buckler, right? Several shields don't add up. The status of the character shows whether there's a shield. Try to always update the shield if necessary. Okay. Who won? It loses viewership and engagement rate? Maybe. Was that my plan all along? I don't know. I don't know. I just thought it'd be fun, but it worked out, right? I'm happy you guys are enjoying it. They both got to pick and you blended them. No, so what I did was I offered them either a joint one or to split it halfway through the month, and they both picked the same mug, so it worked out fine. Karma's in the lead. Sophie is out. Karma and Sophie are tied. Madish is right behind. So is Dubious Leftovers. Perfect. Perfect. First day of the year, already woefully behind. I mean, I wouldn't say woefully. You could certainly catch up. The manual to Arena was like a big tome of information. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Manual's 96 pages. I would read that. Should I do an on-stream reading of the manual for Arena sometime? I'm sure you guys would enjoy that. You've arrived in the city of Winterhold. Okay, let's continue. Here we are. Let's go to the Mages Guild and give the guy his daggone tablet. Just gonna chuck it at him. Move it. Like a frisbee. Floppies were just before my time, although we still had some, but I remember installing games that took multiple CDs. You had to put, multiple CDs in when you wanted to different zones. Yeah, I do remember that too. Looking at you, Riven. Was Riven is that a Myst game? I think it's a Myst game. Info the manual is not accurate as far as I remember. Well, that's really annoying. Is it here? Yeah, see the eye? That means mage. It also kind of looks like a sled. Like a sled with, I don't know. A bowl of pasta? I don't know. Sequel to Myst, it's an amazing game. I've actually never finished Myst. I started the game Myst like 12 times. So I've never played the sequel. You enter the Mages Guild, going from a cool, gloomy outside to a cool, gloomy inside. Because of the shadows, you cannot see all that the chamber contains. You suspect that even by the light of a bright day, the room has its secrets. Potions, relics, and books line the bookshelves shrouded by a fine dust. The manual to Arena is trash. A lot of things in the game don't work the way they say they do. For example, the armor will. Anyone remember when the games were installed via cassette tapes? Hey, you! I got your thingamajig. I had hoped and prayed for your safe return. I see you were successful. Your deeds will be sung among the tales of heroes. If you will wait a moment, I will give you what I promised. Thelen fits the piece to a larger tablet, then reads what's written. He gestures for your map. With a feather pen, he inscribes the location of the Labyrinthian, somewhere in the Skyrim province, on your map. Anyone remember when the games were installed via cassette tapes? Remember when playing games was just banging rocks and sticks together? Remember when games were just installed outside with a handful of rocks and a friend? You guys. Remember when transportation had 4 legs and a saddle? Hey, that was never a game. We were trying to appease our gods. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You guys are funny. Alright. So it sounds like we might not be ready yet for Labyrinthian. Is that what I'm understanding? Stop shaking your head at me. Shaking his head. Rude. Josh says, okay, you guys got me actually going to lurk now. Fair enough. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you again for the sub. That was nice of you. That was nice. I think gift subs are still on sale through tomorrow, by the way, if anyone is, I don't know, curious about Twitch sales or something. I think subs and gift subs are on sale till tomorrow. I could be wrong. Jordan's banning dying. Oh, okay. See how that works. Thank you for that. Jacob Gamer says that's so neat how they already had the names for those places back then. It really is, isn't it? I think it's cool. Oh my god, look at these guys moving in sequence. You think they're part of a band? What would they be called? Hang on, let me figure out what their role is. Who are you? You can call me Anina Alaltson. It's Anina Alaltson in the cloaked... The cloaks. I don't know. I'm a cook, you know. I slop gruel for the dear souls of the Brotherhood of the Templars. Oh, okay, it's Alina and the cooks. Alina and the cloaks. The cloak cooks? Am I the only one who used the Atari computer or Commodore 64? I mean, I didn't. That's before me. But I know where they are, at least. Oh, I broke them. They're not in sync exactly anymore. Everybody start looking to... they're looking to the left. In television, buddy? Okay. Ghoul Sloppers is a decent brand. Ghoul Sloppers is a decent band. You think so? I disagree with you. It's not really my... I don't think I'd follow a band called the Gruel Sloppers. Although I don't like the word gruel. Reminds me of Oliver Twist. Please, Alright, that's not how to do that. Right-click on the map. Skyrim. Labyrinthian. Just, you know, northwest of Whiterun. Same place. So, I mean, they do still generally have things in the same place. We got Solitude, Whiterun, and Winterhold. Morthal's not here. Should be. That bothers me. Markarth. He's kind of not in the right place. We got Karthwasten. A lot of spiders in Labyrinthian. Buy more anti-paralysis potions. I did buy a couple invisibility. It'll help you save a lot of time and nurse. Anti-paralysis. Okay. I could get that from the Mages Guild, right? Just where I was before, from the guy I was just talking to. Riften's over here. Is Falkreath down here? Look at this. Look at that. Although spelled with a C instead of a K. I'm gonna call it Falkreath. Because I feel like with the C, it's Falk, not Falk. I'm going to Falkreath, guys. Alright. I know I'm already there. Let me... Oh, just exit. Okay. Back to our friend the mage. Not a fan of sloppers either, for that matter. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And television was gaming. I'm talking actual computer, Atari 600. I had the Atari 2600 gaming system. I did not have that. What year did that come out in, roughly, if you don't mind me asking? You enter the game, blah, blah, blah. I already said that. I'm not reading it again. Here we go. You! Oh, I forgot I could jump. What is this? Can I take this book? No. Buy. Ocean. Watched a video on console that brought Doom to Commodore. It was hilarious. I think I played a little bit of Doom. My friend's dad had Doom growing up. Cure. Anti-paralysis. Is that free action? Is that anti-paralysis? I think it does help you with paralysis, right? Heal True, Levitation, Resist Poison. Maybe a couple of those. Cure Poison? If I do a potion of Cure or Resist Potion of Poison, does that help? Like, do I take that and then I'm immune to poison for a period of time? Free action? Okay. I'll get 10 of these. I mean, I don't know. Counter. Alright. Jordan needed Windows XP and PS1. I had Windows XP. I didn't have a PlayStation 1. And the first PlayStation I had was a PlayStation 3, and it was a... I think it was my friend's old one when she upgraded to a PS4. Watch the video on console. I read that. Yeah, okay. It's 4800 BC they sold the Acropolis. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You're an old thing that played. You're funny. You are funny. Television was gaming. We had a Commodore 64. Thought we were just naming old things we played. Karma says I am an old thing that played. Have you heard of the streamer Pirate Software? No, I haven't. I haven't. I'm missing something. Anti-paralysis potion or I do have some invisibility potions, but maybe I'll get some more because I think I only have 5. What is it's Pirate Software play pirated software, or is it like pirate games, or I don't know. 5 more of these, thank you. Counter, 1100. Alright, fine. Did you detect magic on that one piece that was worth 4k gold? It added it was plus something to intelligence, which we decided was useless. Alright. To Labyrinthian! Guys, we're going to Labyrinthian. No, he's a cybersecurity person. He talks about making 2D games. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. It'll take you 13 days to travel there. Perfect. Sounds good to me. Let's do it. Labyrinthian. Stubborn grass and roots stand in the stiff Arctic climb, refusing to yield. Ahead of you stands the entrance to the Labyrinthian, testing ground of the Archmagus Shalador. Within its twisted paths lie the second piece of the Staff of Chaos. Excellent. Boy, this looks like a fun place to be. I'm gonna save over Riverpoint. Labyrinthian. Oops. I'm already getting ready for some combat, I guess. Alright. I'm gonna pull up a map and see where the heck I'm meant to go in here. Looks just like you remember it? Beautiful. I wonder if we can go here and they'll have the talking Shakira mask again. Let's see. Map, please. First level. And then second level. Right. Here we go. So we start here and we're trying to make our way, I guess, upstairs, right? Through any of these doors. The blue is usually the door. So if I could just cut right a few times. And then once I'm upstairs, oh my god. I hate this place. Then I'm trying to find my way. I don't know where I'm meant to go. I hate this. I have a quandary. Are you, by chance, creative or into art at all? I used to do a lot of creative writing and stuff like that, but not so much anymore. I wish I were more creative. I think it's sort of a muscle that I haven't really been working in a while, although I'd love to get back into something more creative. I have a creative outlet. You got this? I don't know. You sensed death forecoming? Yeah. What was the band? The band was not dying. And I didn't die. Hooray. I don't know where I'm supposed to go here, though. Which is not ideal. I'm looking for... Maybe it's on the first level. Maybe I have to go upstairs and then downstairs into the other level. I'm just thinking about this incorrectly. It's the first level. Maybe I'm meant to go there. Surely there's a better map than this. I mean, this is the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, and usually I think that's the best map, but Labyrinthian map arena. Ba 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 da da da. Do 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 do. Oh, here we go. I don't know what extension is SK, like what domain is that, but there you go. The maps for the main quest line. Labyrinthian level 1, Labyrinthian level 2. This is not helpful. I don't know why I thought it was. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna wander. We're just gonna wander. Forget it. We'll just wander. Who cares? Rich says, I'm sorry, but I have to leave. I helped as much as I could. If you need money, a corpse and elsewhere. That's right, thank you. If you need a reflection of magic, Hammerfell, thank you. Remember, a potion or item with Purify is a cheat. It will make you invulnerable for physical damage. That's cool. The mages will start attacking you with spells more intensely, but if you turn on Reflection, then you're good. From Russia with love. See you later. Thanks for being here. Have a great day. Happy New Year. Jordan says, in English class in elementary school, sometimes the teacher told us to write stories. I liked it a lot. I wrote medieval stories with comedy and weird things. That's cool. When you're laughing in a quiet... When you're laughing in a quiet class, that is funny. Pico says, I'm doing a Final Fantasy VII theme painting. I want the background to be the teal color from the logo, but I prefer the older logo's colors. If you received this, would you want it close to the game or improvised? I am doing a Final Fantasy VII theme painting. I've never seen Final Fantasy VII, so I don't have a good reference for that. I want the background to be the teal color from the logo. Or the older logo's colors. If you receive this, would you want it close to the game or improvise? Like, get close to the game colors? Final Fantasy... Oh. Okay, I'm familiar with the logo. I don't love the remake version is your issue. I mean, I think you have artistic license to make it however you want it to be, right? Yeah. Alright, let's get in the game. Like EA says, right? Get in the game. I don't know where I'm going, so this will be great. There we go. We are going to wander. Ready for anything. Oh, look this. Proceed along the center. Excuse you. Proceed along the center path first for the clues to solving the secrets of the Labyrinthian await there. All right. It's for the remake though. It's different. Thanks to the person for it. Loves the games. I don't want to let them down. Yeah, I mean, asking a fan of the game probably is better than asking me. I've just never played it, so I don't know if it's something that people are really into. But I tend to think in general that if you can take artistic license and things. Oh, okay. This is the tale of oh no, it went away. This is the tale of two brothers who sought the secret of life. They ventured into this Labyrinthian, weary from war and strife. Guys, it's a poem! It's a poem! Lovely. Tale of two brothers who sought the secret of life. They ventured into the Labyrinthian, weary of war and strife. Okay. The second was Mogris the Dim. And few knew what he was worth. They saw only the lumbering giant, not the child who was blessed at birth. Surprised, so I can't ask him. I don't know anybody else who likes it. I'm sure somebody likes Final Fantasy. I mean, it's a Final Fantasy series. It's a huge series. I bet somebody else in chat has played it. But ask in the Discord. There's a, I've got like a creative arts or something channel in there. Maybe people in there. Oh, come on. The few they told of their plans begged them to desist at their feet. But the brothers would test this puzzle of the North. For till then, they had known no defeat. Okay. Yeah, I'd ask in the Discord. Maybe you could share what you've already been working on and see if people have thoughts on it. Thanks for the tips, yeah. What is this? Is that like a trap door or something? I don't know what that is. Mogris the Dim, though he's a boar, holds the only key that unlocks this door. To find the riddle, you must first find the sun. Start your fateful search behind door number 1. Alright, so we're going back out. Unless that's door 1. Let me read that again. What's the key that locks the door? Okay. Unless this is door 1. I don't know what these are meant to be. Alright, we're gonna go back out. I think what it's saying is I have to go back out and get the key from the first one. Which is annoying because it literally told me to go down the center one first. But maybe it's just to understand what I'm trying to do. This is door 1. Excuse you. Rude. Scratch the door, here's the word door 2. Okay, hang on. It's annoying. Word 1. Door 1. Okay. I design things like interfaces, I just make them black with some gray lines. Yeah. I mean, that's easy to read at least, you know, it's easy on the eyes. Blood spatters are reassuring. I know, right? So we have to find a key in here and then go back to the center door. I don't know if this is actually meant to be a maze. Oh, hi. Rude. Looking for a key. Do you have the key? Spider? Spider? Hear breathing of a spider. Do a save here. You're making some progress. Okay, I didn't mean to click that, but that's fine. We'll just call this Labyrinthian 2. Oops. Haven't gotten far, just painted on the lettering, have 2 portraits and another image as well as the logo. Okay. I like when the logo is black and white, a bit of gray, but the greenish blue color isn't my favorite. I like this kind of teal in general, but I don't know if I'd have I don't know if something being exactly true to like that is like a nostalgia thing, if that's really important. And everybody likes things for different reasons, I guess, right? Perfect. This is where I want to be. Let me try saving. Or healing. Nope. There's a spider somewhere. I made an interface for a program. It's just white everywhere with black letters. I might just let the user customize it. Okay. Turquoise is beautiful. Yellow as well. I mean, I think most colors are pretty. Colors everywhere. Come on! I'm trapped in a hole. Where's the spider at? I can hear a spider. Spiders are wildly loud. Please just die already, will ya? You too. All the spiders. I'm paralyzed. Perfect. G. Potion of free action. G. Free action. Okay. Can I save? Ooh, I see a spot up there. Can I jump up there and heal? No! Dag nabbit! I could climb up here and... Okay. There's like a little alcove. Can I sleep in here? Here we go. Nice! Do a save. Let me check my map. I am a little bit turned around after all the running from spiders. We went through door 1. And just kind of wildly, you know, ran about like this. Pitfall 1, yeah. You avoid red and magenta. It seems aggressive. I mean, red is quite aggressive, but magenta I don't necessarily read as aggressive, but I guess... I mean, there's a whole theory to colors and how they're interpreted and felt, you know, like the emotions behind colors. Oh. I don't know. What I do know is that I have to use the restroom. I'm like doing the potty dance. So I'm gonna go do that real fast. I'll put some more water in my mug, or my bottle here. I'm gonna run some ads, get them out of the way, and then I'll be back. And we'll play an uninterrupted chunk of time until the end of stream. Sound good? I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you. Stay tuned. for sticking around. Let's get through this. Let's see if we can figure out where the heck we're meant to go. I'm looking at the map right now. I wish there was a clear objective, but I see now at the right side of the map, I think if I get to the blue door, which I know you guys can't see. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Oh, I'm doing it like this. I think if I get to this blue door right here, this way, this was my objective, and then maybe on the second level, it'll spit me out here. And then from here, I don't know where I'm meant to go. Then I think from here, maybe I'll get a clue or something. And it seems like this is a fully divided dungeon, right? So then I'll have to go back through the labyrinth, back down to the main story, back through here, and back through door 1. And then I'll be able to go this way. I'll get to this door. And it'll probably tell me to go to door 2, so then I'll go back. Yeah, that's my guess. That's how I think this is gonna go. So let's see if I can figure out... Is that correct? Nice. Alright, so let's see if I can figure out how to get to this place then, from wherever the heck I am. So let's see where we are. And line this up. So there's the door there that I'm aiming for. 1 second, please. George is texting me. Okay. We are... Uh-oh. We are... Where on this map? I didn't see the yellow thing. Okay, so we're gonna go straight... Oh my god, that's annoying. Okay, so we are here-ish. I think. So we go south, and then around, and then north. What do you think of this map interface? I thought about making another one. About this map interface? I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't like the WASD and having to click in order to move it. I'd rather just be able to move it, like click and drag. The game, I mean the modded one. Did you make this one? Am I using your mod? I didn't realize it. I don't know. I mean, I like the interface. It works for me. It's just the only thing I wish were different, like I said, is I don't like if I click north, it like cuts. I want to be able to just move like a little bit. Wish I could use WASD here, you know? Alright. I'm gonna get up here. So we're gonna go north. This way, I think. Right? Hang on, sorry, let me tell my playlist to settle the heck down. Settle the heck down, playlist. Sorry for that. Continue. Why can't... Oh, these corners are so awful to navigate. Like, it doesn't let you sometimes. This way, maybe? Ah! Is this right? Or did I just go back to the entrance? I just went back to the entrance. Dagnabbit. So if I just use... Maybe I just use the mark, the door mark thing, and just go through a few doors this way. Do I have to use it every single time, though? I've never tried it before. In theory, I should just go to this wall and cut over. Let's try it. Let's try cutting over right here. Looking for... Why can't I... Where are the rest of my stuff? Come on. Oh, do I have to... Oh, I have to equip it, don't I? I'm wearing it. It's a mark, isn't it? Next page. Mark. Mark of force wall. 7 charges, okay. Okay, now what? What did that do? Just said success. Did I just waste something? I hate that. Success. Alright, I'm just wasting this. I don't even think it works. It's annoying. Just right back to where we were again. Oh. Or maybe it did put me through. I didn't even realize that it was spitting me closer. Maybe I was moving without realizing it. It's very similar to your current one without gray lines, and the status icon is a sword and snake. Instead of this little arrow thing. A sword and snake? Why a snake? I get a sword. Oh, you're talking about the interface. Sorry. Not the map. Got gray lines in the status icon. Hang on. Status icon. It's the medic thing. Like the staff of Aesculapius or something? How about that, you guys? You stand before the halls of Morgrus. Hi, Morgrus. Oh. The official name is Medic Thing. Got it. You mean like right here, like instead of the dude? And you, without the gray lines and this, you got rid of the gray lines altogether. It's just so it's not like delineated. Okay, so we decided from here, I'm hoping for like a clue or something, right? Oh boy. Lots of doors. The troll is regenerating? Oh no! Don't regenerate troll. Actually, let me loot that guy. Nothing. That's our first troll in the game. 2 monitors would be useful here. I do have 2 monitors. The thing is that I also have all of my... I need a 3rd monitor, probably, because I have all of my streaming stuff on my left monitor. I'm kind of just wandering. Probably not the best plan. What the heck is that? Is that a ghost? Is it dead? I guess so. 5. We said that speed was helpful and agility was helpful? Or was it strength? Agility is better? Let's go with that then. Alright. Thank you. Done. We're level 11. Good for us. I guess we killed whatever that was. Torque tower shield. Is a tower shield better than a kite shield? I don't even know. Take a little snooze. I'm healed. Great. Save. I don't remember what I'm trying to do here. Now that I've made it to this level, I thought it would have some sort of guidance. Instead, all it tells me is I'm in the realm of what's-his-face. I'm upstairs. So I'm on this side of the map. I don't know where I'm meant to go, though. So I think I'm just gonna wander, unless this is it, because it's the most separated on its own pain in the butt place to get to. Maybe. So there's some logic there. Gotta jump across some lava. This is probably it. If you have to jump across lava, this is probably where I'm meant to go. So let's see where I am. I'm gonna work on the assumption that I have to make it that way. So currently, I am here. So if I go south, if I follow this path south and kind of go to the east and just kind of stay in the tunnels. Let's just follow the tunnels as far as we can and kind of see where it goes. Yeah. Let's go. The troll is regenerating? Ugh. I'm sorry, what? What noise is that? I am not a fan of whatever that is. Thank you. The sound the troll makes when it regenerates? I hate everything that's about. Okay. So how do I get out of here? So I'm gonna try to go south. Oh, hi. Here I am on a little island with nothing but some gold. I think I will. Thank you. I think I will. Let's go this way. Oh, no. Now where am I? Okay, so I feel like I'm kind of in the area where I wanted to be, right? Based off of my assumption. Am I right? I don't know. Looking at any kind of map, alright. That's fine. That's fine. Let me get out of this. No maps, got it. Thanks. Die, scum. Looking at any kind of map. 15 gold, heck yeah. I think I need to go this way. I'm sorry, what is this? Excuse you, is that like a panther? It's a hellhound. Not a fan of that, thank you very much. I'm gonna take a potion of true healing. We're gonna go this way. I am gonna save. Coward that I am. Okay, here we go. I meant to go southwest, right? If I inferred correctly. Okay, here we go. We got the places with the jumping, like I said there would be. Is this correct? I have no idea. Is it what I'm doing? Oh, yeah. No! No! This is probably not right. Or maybe it is. Who knows? Guess I'll heal again. Did I kill that thing? I don't know. I have no idea. Try sleeping? Oh yeah, I guess too late. Too late. Look at this gold. This lock has nothing to fear from you. Alright. There we go. Gold. Come on. Can't click on this. Gold, plate helm. I keep reading the plate helm is pirate helm, and I know it's not. The item will encumber me. Ugh. Ugh. Open. Gold. Thank you. Okay, I won't take that, I guess. I probably need to do something to allow me to carry more stuff. Is this not actually where I'm meant to be? I thought for sure this would be the end. Okay. Accessories have no weight, but take an item slot in the inventory. Okay. Well, I don't know if I can do anything about that. I don't know where the heck to go. Because there aren't directions, and I felt sure that this would be a great place to put the treasure at the end of the map. Up here. Come on, let me up. Let me up! Okay. Let's try sleeping in this corner here. Okay. Labyrinthian 2. Easy? Be easy if I knew where the heck I was going. Oh, here's some treasure. Treasure. Swim through that, perhaps? Seems like fun. Oh, we got a mark. I got an elven helm. Is an elven helm better than what I'm using? What I'm using is I think it's a plate helm of levitation or something. You don't need to swim a lot. I guess I could use my helm to levitate. I don't know if it's a good use of, you know. Defense doesn't matter, we found. Oh, that's right. God. I hate that. That just messes with my brain, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Messing with my brain. See where we can get to. Oh boy, we got wolves again. Where you at, wolf? Or those the sound of death hounds this time? Who knows? Sounds like it's more quiet than it was last time. Let's try this way. Nope, that's the lava. Now I'm in the lava. Now I'm dead. You were a fool.
You were a fool to confront me, and now...
Yeah. Settle down. Settle down there. Load. Is that Labyrinthian 2? Yeah, okay. You were a fool to confront me. I make a melee character and play with no map or compass. I mean, that'd be cool if you can do it. Like if you know if you have everything memorized and know where you're supposed to be going. I wish there were like a clue. Other than just this is what's his face, this realm. Morgus or whatever his name is. Okay, we got some wolves. Go this way. Sure. Okay, we got a goblin or something. Bye. Got some treasure. I like that. Failure. Hold. Okay. There's something making noise. As though it's gonna jump me, but I don't know where it was. What is that scary noise? See a goblin? A few goblins. It's so dark in here. Like I wish my like render distance was better or something. Not an option in the game. I think it's an option if you're playing as a mage or something. Like you can have more light. Usually destroy walls and run away from mobs. Well, you play as a mage, I guess, then, right? If you're destroying the walls. Broadsword. Alright. Because I'm not playing as a mage. I'm playing as a ranger. because chat thought it'd be fun. And I'm having fun. Lost. I don't really understand what I'm meant to be doing. I am having fun. Troll's regenerating. Perfect. Hi, troll. I need you to die now, please. Okay. G. Heal true. Great. You have any loot? Staff. I don't want that. You can use objects like mark, crystal, ring, braces of light. Yeah, so I have... Is this right? I've got... marks. I have a mark that's gonna... not a mark. I've got a... orc or something that's... I think maybe it is a mark. It is a mark that's letting me, force walls. But I don't know where I'm meant to go, so it seems silly to just kind of use that up. When I'm still trying to navigate and figure out where I'm meant to be. So I'm just gonna wander. Hope to come across something useful. The best weapon for ranger is bow, but only for speed is very high. What would you consider to be high? I'll tell you what my speed is. My speed is 60, so that's not very high. I think that's probably average. Is the idea if you have a bow is like you shoot and kind of backpedal the whole time? Like quickly away from enemies? I'm kind of enjoying this sort of like random, just click anywhere sort of playstyle. Where am I going? And I'm like, just who knows? Either we'll get there or we won't. Actions unbanned, so I'm allowed to look at my map again? Alright. Shooting makes you stop. Oh, does it? So you can move and then shoot and then stay out of range or something? As a ranger? Okay, I see you, wolf. I see wolves. Well, that was nice. Okay, so I am here. We've explored the place that I thought was going to be wherever I need to be. I think I'm trying to find maybe a key or something. We explored that and I couldn't find anything there, so so that's not it. What is it, though? Where should I be going? And I need to find something and then get back here. So let me try exploring this area, perhaps? I don't even see myself on the map. Am I further south? Oh. Actually, let me check out this room that I'm about to enter, because I haven't been in here yet. I did see treasure. It's fun to kind of randomly explore a bit. See where our roads take us. I was hoping for like more clues or puzzle or like a riddle. Like sometimes there's riddles, or there's a sound of drum beats or something that you're meant to like follow. It's an RPG I played that has a labyrinth similar to this, and there was no map, so I bought 2 poster-sized papers and drew the map shape with a Sharpie. That is really cool. I've done that with some games, although I don't. It's been a while. Most games have maps now. I think it's fun when games don't. I also like it when games don't give you quest logs and you have to like take your own notes. I don't mind that. And I really don't mind the lack of quest markers here. I just mind the lack of direction here. Like if I had an idea of what I was supposed to be doing and then I had to figure it out, I'd be okay with that. If I had to follow directions to figure it out, I'd be perfectly fine with that. What I don't like is just kind of like the go there and just wander aimlessly sort of direction. Morrowind has quest markers, has no quest markers, you just need to pay attention. Yeah, see, I liked it. I liked that. I played a little bit of Morrowind and I enjoyed it until to be fair, I did get lost in the cantons, but that was just me being actually lost, not even doing part of a quest, just lost. Then I got distracted because I started playing Elder Scrolls Online, which had just released its Morrowind chapter, and I erroneously believed that the Morrowind chapter was kind of a port of Morrowind, when instead it was just, you know, Elder Scrolls Online content, you know, like 1,000 years before Morrowind or so, the game Morrowind, but in, Vardenfell. I hear moaning. This is perfectly fine, right? I'm sure I'm going the right way. I guess there's a reason they call this Labyrinthian, but I mean, come on. I'll go into that pit. Into the pit. I'm sure this is where I'm meant to be. Maybe. Wait, is this the... Hang on. I don't know. Maybe this spot right here? It's kind of a weird little place. Oh, I just passed that. Hey, let me up. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. The troll is regenerating. Whoa! This room seems important. I hear all sorts of stuff. I hear there's 2 trolls. I'm stuck on something. There's a giant pit and I'm literally unable to move right now. There we go. Throw myself forward. I don't want that. I'll take the gold in the belt. It's like this place is a labyrinth or something. The troll is shaking. It really is. Come over here, buddy. Ah! Heal true. Okay, let's see if I can do this without falling. Oh gosh, so the trolls, when they say they regenerate, they come back to life. They don't just get their health back, like, if they're still alive. Alright. Well, that's silly. Ebony help, take it. I don't have enough inventory space. Worth like 10k? Ah, crud. Alright, I'll go drop something and pick up that. Try drop instead. Drop. $10k. Like that. Just got scared by my own gear. Guess I'll save here. Bracers 2? Not ebony bracers, is it? They're just bracers. Can't even click on this, and by the time I click on it, the troll's gonna regenerate and then kill me. Bracers. Got it. I'm not going back for the plate boots. Into the hole! Run away! Let me up, let me up, let me up! Something's killing me, I don't know what it is. It's a spider. Daggone spiders. They're everywhere, look at that thing. Not a fan. Okay. I feel like I'm in like the air ducts or something. You know what I mean? Just trying to navigate around. But the plate boots, oh my god, Soup. Your melee range is better than theirs? Oh, that's good to know. So I could get closer to the spiders and try to kill them if I wanted to and just kind of keep my distance a bit. That is indeed helpful. Okay, I really wish I knew where I was going. Do you happen to know where I'm supposed to be going in this awful place? Is it up this way? Try going north. I go north, northeast? Okay, thank you. Let's do it. It's a skeleton! Silly skeleton. Okay. Sleep here. This little alcove, be a little safer. Okay, cool. Now I'm healed. Save the game again. Just for good measure. Let's go this way. East. Oh god, there's fire. Fire! Fire! Okay, here we go. There's a ghost. Or whatever that thing is. A ghost? It's creepy. Ow!
You
Dagnabbit. Load. Go north. North. Hi, Chaco. I see you running around like a madman. What you doing there, buddy? Northwest. East. Northeast. Oh, yourself. I wonder if I can use my helm of levitating here, and I can bounce my noggin across this room. Hey, that worked out well. Finally a use for that daggone thing. I don't like the bouncing cursor though, that's really annoying. Let's check the map. Okay. Okay, cool. We're going in the right direction. I think. Try this way. Know how long this levitation potion. Oh. Okay, this is fun. Ranger can have 18 HP per level. Rogue's only 8. The most difficult challenge would be Rogue. No stealing allowed, no potions or magic items, no map. Oh. That sounds like a heck of a challenge. Is that something... Are you into, like, challenges and stuff like that? Like, doing challenge runs? Just kind of creeping along here. East? Now I'm not going the right way at all, am I? You tried that challenge, you used a map. Oh, wow. How many times have you played this game, if you don't mind me asking? Because it seems like you know, like, all the ins and outs. Map, please. Okay, so I am northeast here. Maybe it's over here? So if I go north a little bit, west a little bit, south a little bit. North a little bit, west a little bit, south a little bit. Ah. I am Brother Mogris, the shade of this hall, cursed to its lengths from beginning to end. Find me the answer, and a door will I call. Fail me but once, and your heart I will rend. Okay. More beautiful than the face of your god. More wicked than a daemon's forked tongue. Dead men eat it all the time. Live men who eat it die slow. What's the answer? Nothing. I've been a fool, perhaps a mad wizard's tool. Yet after untold ages, I am at last free. In the cell next to this lies your reward, the diamond key. Cell next to it. Okay, great. Open. Cell. Oh, this one. Okay, hang on. Let me loot this first. Failure. Not a failure, a failure. Chest opens. Okay. Great, that's too much. Hey! It's a diamond key. Give me that. Okay. Labyrinthian. Okay. I think I'm gonna save it here and find my way out tomorrow. I'm gonna raid out and we'll pick this up tomorrow, I think. Which is awesome. Guys, I had a heck of a lot of fun today. Hope you guys did too. I stream again tomorrow at noon. Noon Eastern time. Let's see, who is streaming right now? Invisible Keys Challenge. Golden Key with diamonds on it's Invisible Key Challenge. See you later, my friend. Yeah, thanks, Soup. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. Everybody who's here, I really appreciate you. Something different than Skyrim, a little different than our usual games, but I'm having a lot of fun and I hope you are too. It's just interesting to me to see how the series has evolved, right? But this is also just kind of a goofy game. And I'm enjoying that. Let's see, who is online? We will raid out, and I'll pick this up again tomorrow. Let's see. Okay, I don't have... Mega's playing Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Hi, Chaco. Guys, if you aren't in the Discord, please feel free to join the Discord and hang out. I think it's a lot of fun there. What else do I have going on? Mug points we've already talked about today. Stream Arena tomorrow, and tomorrow is Tuesday. And then Wednesday will be Permadeath Skyrim, both also at noon Eastern time. And yeah, I think that's all I got going on in my busy world. Let's see. I'm getting sick of seeing people playing Nolvis. I was looking for a Skyrim player. I don't really feel like watching Nolvis, though. Sometimes I do. A lot of people are playing Nolvis these days, and it's a lot. It is a lot. I do have a raid message. The first one is for non-subscribers, second one's for subscribers. You can paste that whenever we get to wherever the heck we're going. And if you stick around for the raid, that would be awesome. Get you some extra channel points. We can hype up whoever we're visiting, meet some new people, have some fun, keep the party going. Let's see. Does anybody have somebody online they would like to raid into? Like, I will take recommendations if you have one. Otherwise, I will just find somebody. Usually more people are on than are on right now. Run, first ever playthrough. No spoilers. Yeah. Operation. Yeah, let's just raid Magus, who we know, and we'll go say hi to them. They're playing Skyrim, which is fantastic, as we all know. And we will pick this up tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really appreciate you. Thank you for the follows, the raid, not the raid, I didn't have raids today. The subs, that's what I was trying to say. The bits, lurks, chats, everybody. You guys mean a lot to me. Until tomorrow, guys. Happy adventure.